it's fair to begin at officially 9:01. So, City Clerk, will you take roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Esparza,
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Present.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Capriolio,
Here, thank you.
President Arias.
Here. Councilmember Carbasi, would you lead us in the flag salute?
With pleasure, sir.
Thank you. Before we officially begin, to our guests who are here in person, please follow the CDC protocols, or we'll have to have you arrested and removed from the chambers. So you've all been fairly warned. All right, Council. With that, let's begin with the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have a few. The first one is the 3 o'clock p.m. item, which is a workshop, community report from Summit on Violence and initial recommendations. We're adding co-sponsors Soria and Chavez. The next item is item 1B on the consent calendar, a resolution amending certain designated positions which shall be subject to conflict of interest code. That's being continued to November 19th. And then we have 1H, actions pertaining to the installation of Immaculate Illumipure ultraviolet disinfecting fixtures at various parks. That is being moved to the consent calendar by Councilmember Carbasi. Then there's also item 1T, amending a resolution amending the Housing Retention Grant Program. That's also being pulled for the consent calendar by Councilmember Carbasi. And the last item I have is the 10A item that is, it's a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinances to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community Facilities District 9. That one is being continued until January the 28th by staff.
City Clerk, I do have some additional changes. I've confirmed with Councilmember Carbasi that he no longer wants to pull 1T as in Tom, so that will remain on consent. We also have 1Q that will be moved to November 19th. We have a recusal by Member Chavez on 1C as in cat. And then Councilwoman Soria is pulling 1F as in Frank from consent for separate discussion, and 1O from consent for separate discussion. And I am pulling 1G from consent for separate discussion. Is there any other changes to the agenda before we get to the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the agenda as modified.
There's a motion by Member Capriolio. I'll second it. Roll call for approval of the agenda.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. All right, Council, I'm going to go ahead and skip the ceremonial presentations for now until Member Soria returns, since she's the sponsor of both of those items. We're going to move on to Council member reports and comments. I'll start with the folks on the phone with Council Vice President Capriolio. Do you have any reports or comments for the Council?
I do. Thank you very much, Council President. I just came back to my home to make this call from the SAFER program at 6th and Shaw. It's so heartwarming, and it's just amazing the appreciation that the people that drive, the seniors that drive through and pick up their box of a nutritious, balanced meal. And a couple just want to sit and talk and just say how grateful they are and how thankful they are for this program. So thank you to members Chavez and Carbasi for helping put this program together. The main question that most of them ask is, how will this go through Christmas? So I think most would like to have a Christmas meal from this program. So it was very moving for that. Number two, we had a pre-construction meeting on the 6th and Shaw Community Center. It's moving along. We've got a great team from the city. We've got a good contractor, and we're going to get in there next Monday. Next Monday, we're going to start renovating the 6th and Shaw building. So I want to thank my colleagues for supporting me and the city as well as District 4 to bring this to fruition, as they say. It's when I mentioned it to the people that were driving through, they were very, very excited. So thank you all for your help and cooperation on these things. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to briefly highlight the event we're having tomorrow at Sunnyside High, where we will be renaming Lane Avenue entryway into Sunnyside for our late Principal Tim Lyles. So I believe the ceremony will be held at 10 in the morning. And I just wanted to thank my colleagues for doing that. The family is very happy, and you know the young folks that led this effort will be there, socially distanced. But just wanted to publicly announce that and say thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, I'll be brief. Just a few things. I want to thank all the neighbors who came out to our alley cleanup back over at Shields and Fresno. That was the Saturday before last. I love to see our folks in the neighborhoods taking initiative, and of course our city here to support them. So I want to thank all those folks who came out and really put the elbow grease in for that particular neighborhood. This past Saturday, we had a trunk or treat of sorts over right across from Roosevelt's in partnership with Fresno Barrios Unidos. Handed out hundreds of caramel apples to our youth there in the neighborhood. Had a great time, and want to thank all the volunteers on that day, as well as all the families who took the time to come out and celebrate a safe Halloween here in 2020. And lastly, thank all the residents who virtually attended our fall town hall here in District 7. Always a good time giving updates to our residents and taking questions, and try to keep residents, all 75,000+ that we represent, plugged in as possible. I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight something. I just returned back from Texas. I have a couple of pictures visiting my grandson and my two sons and beautiful daughter-in-law, and it was outside Dallas. And the thing I noticed very starkly in compared to what we get desensitized to is that they have clean highways, and the highways have lawns on them, and they're mowed. And I saw absolutely no homeless encampments anywhere. There were no homeless on the highways. Nobody was burrowed into the highways. We went to parks. They were maintained. There were no needles in the parks, like I have constituents tell me, because we have 20,000 needles handed out every Saturday outside Roding Park to drug addicts, courtesy of the state. We didn't have nightly shootings, and the gas prices range from $1.60 to in the 170s. It really hit for me that, again, with common sense policies, with a focus on health and safety issues, with low taxes, returning to having strong criminal laws, and real accountability. Instead of releasing 20,000 inmates and zero bail and allowing people to steal $900 and walk out of stores with absolutely no accountability, if we change that, we can return California to the greatness that it once was. But we have to stop becoming desensitized to the crime, the filth, the homelessness throughout our neighborhoods and on the embankments and homeless encampments. We have to fix our parks and fix our streets, and we can do this. But we have to change these insane policies and, frankly, the politicians that support this insanity. It really doesn't have to be this way. And I posted this on Facebook. We had hundreds of comments. I encourage people to read them. Nearly 1,000 likes. People feel the exact same way, but they feel helpless. We can turn this around, but we have to make some significant changes. And this is our home. This is our community. But we have to do things differently. And I just wanted to share that. because I absolutely believe we can do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we just had a big election. They're still counting in Fresno County. No matter how you voted, I want to thank those that took the plunge and actually ran for office. Congrats to those that were elected. And I think we might have record turnout. So no matter how you voted, thank you for participating in the important process. It's the one day where we are all truly equal and we all get one vote. I know that when you look at the national stuff, we can see a country divided, but that doesn't mean the Fresno community has to be divided. We are very different. We've been very blessed to have a very peaceful, in spite of everything, of a peaceful community in 2020, and I think 2021 is going to be even better. But exercising our rights to our democracy is very important, and thank you to everyone who made the attempt to get out there and vote and be heard. Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio, for mentioning the SAFER program. Sign-ups begin every Friday at 2 p.m., but what we've noticed is every week, especially last week, sign-ups were pretty much full. All 1,500 boxes were full by Saturday morning. So please sign up early. And you can call 621-SAFER or go to fresnocovidhelp.com/SAFER to sign up for the program. If you're a senior 65 and over in the city of Fresno, you qualify to get a week's worth of groceries from the 5 food groups. And it's been a blessing to hear from the seniors just yesterday at Logan Park. But it's open to seniors all across this city. I want to thank River Tree Volunteers. It's a local group of folks throughout the city, but primarily in Northwest Fresno, who clean up the river, from tires to mattresses to garbage to encampments that have to be taken down. It's a lot of work. It's back-breaking, sweaty work. I've been out there with them before, but they volunteer several times a month to do that, and I thank them for continuing their good work. And thank you to everyone, again, for voting, and congrats to all those that were elected. And look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a few comments. We do have a food distribution at Fremont Elementary where we will be providing free groceries on Friday, November 13th at 7 a.m. through 9 a.m. And then also on that same day, we are hosting I'm hosting a community blood drive with Trustee Annalisa Perea. You guys may have heard we do have a shortage in blood. And so we want to make sure that we encourage folks to sign up. We are going to be at Gazebo Gardens from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. The first 50 people to register for the event will be entered into a raffle for a $250 gift card to Gazebo Gardens. We will be providing face masks as well. So make sure that during these difficult times, you contribute and save lives. Also on Saturday, November 21st, which is later this month, we want folks to mark their calendars. We're going to have our next Community Health Day and Turkey Giveaway on Saturday, November 21st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fresno City College. We will also at the same event be providing flu shots and COVID testing. And then next month, just want to put a plug in for this. We are working with Neighborhood Industries on all these food events. Thankful for the Federal CARES Act that has made this possible. On Saturday, December 5th, our community is going to do, again, a Community Health Day and grocery distribution. But the neat part of it, we're going to be doing a tamale giveaway kit that will be included as part of the food distribution. Also at Fresno City College from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So mark your calendars and join us in those events. Council President, are we doing the proclamations after this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So those are my comments for now.
All right, Council. I just have some very brief comments. Like Councilmember Butterfield, I got to travel after we adopted a budget and had our second budget hearing for the year. And I was in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, trying to help turn, the state blue for the first time in a long time. And those of you who visited Phoenix, it's a city of 1.6 million folks. It looks like a mirror image of Fresno. And the areas that we were working, I saw a lot of the same things that we've seen in South Fresno. Every corner had 5, 10 liquor licenses, a lot of empty, blighted buildings, a lot of garbage on the side of the road, piles of it. Alleyways were full of, looking like dump sites. A lot of de-investment and blight. And, of course, a lot of new suburbs around it. Beautiful suburbs with amazing restaurants and, top quality infrastructure and parks. But it was a mirror image of what people have referred to in Fresno, Tale of Two Cities, where the older part of the city is de-invested in and is poisoned with more of the same, under the umbrella of jobs, while it subsidizes the growth of the outer part of the cities. And it was interesting to see the exact same stores that we have in Fresno, huge boulevards with Dollar Trees, huge boulevards with Circle K's in every corner, and not very much of what people need, which is basic infrastructure, parks that are clean and open. And just to top it off, they have a much higher property tax rate than California and a much higher sales tax than Fresno. So it was telling to hear from the voters there in Phoenix and Maricopa County, and to see the similarities and the challenges that we have as a city that's older and requires a lot of reinvestment back into the core part of our city. Like the Councilmember Carbasi said, the election isn't over yet until every single vote is counted, both locally and nationally. And our work will continue to be an uphill battle to ensure that everybody gets the same quality of life, because everybody is paying their fair share of taxes, and everybody deserves a basic, good quality neighborhood with local, shops and with basic infrastructure and parks and rec from their municipality. So this is the year where we're all having to, reevaluate our priorities. And this city has done a really good job with the budget that we've adopted, holding steady on public safety, doubling down on fire and firefighters, and also making a historical investment in new housing and in parks, because those things also equally matter as important as public safety. And today's agenda is more garbage conversation, finding new ways to figure out how to reduce the need for folks to engage in illegal dumping, and finding ways to ensure that any business that comes into our growing neighborhoods are a value add to the neighborhood, and not just simply, one more profit margin for the applicants. So with that, council, we'll conclude comments, and then we'll go to the ceremonial part of this council meeting. Councilman Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So I get to do 2 proclamations today. We'll do them fairly quickly, but given COVID-19, we're unable to really celebrate like we normally do. The first proclamation is a Sikh Heritage Month. I do believe we have a few folks that have joined us that have called in. Nandeep Singh, who is a Central Unified School trustee and also part of Jakara movement. And I'm not sure if there's anyone else, if Gurdeep also joined us this morning. But nevertheless, Deep is here representing not only the Sikh Institute of Fresno, but the Sikh community in the city of Fresno. I am proud to be able to present this proclamation during the month of November, to present it as Sikh Heritage Month, in which we take the time to appreciate all of the great things the Sikh Americans bring to our city and promote respect and acceptance of one another while enjoying the culturally diverse city we have and are so fortunate to live in. Sikh Americans of Fresno came to this community for the first time in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They serve in our community as farmers, doctors, entrepreneurs, attorneys, they're engineers, they're teachers, and the list goes on and on. Personally, I have been welcomed by the community and have partnered on many projects to assist our residents during this pandemic. And even, outside of the pandemic, the Sikh community has stepped up to adopt a park in District 3. And we worked very well together to rename the park to ensure that we also acknowledge the contributions of the Sikh community to the city of Fresno. I want to thank the Sikh Institute of Fresno for opening their doors of their facilities during COVID for our community health days, which we've provided free groceries, testing, masks, you name it. We've been out there for hundreds and hundreds of families. So we want to thank them for partnering with us. I also want to thank the Jakara movement for coming out to our events to volunteer and helping us get valuable information out and being a partner as we work to ensure that families that are impacted by COVID-19 have the resources that they need to keep them in their homes if they rent or if they own a home. So I just want to commend and thank the Sikh community, the Sikh Council, the Jakara movement, the young people that have been so active in making the city of Fresno a better place. So again, I want to thank Deep for joining us this morning. Before I have the clerk read the proclamation, the Sikh proclamation, if Deep, if you want to say a couple words.
Good morning, council members. I just want to thank you all for the acknowledgement. Thank you all for the partnership. Thank you all for the trust in allowing us to better serve the community and be a trusted messenger in the city. Thank you, Councilwoman Soria, for sponsoring this proclamation, bringing up so many key issues in the way that the community is integrated throughout the city. And the only quick, change I'd just want to say is actually the Sikh community's been at least noted in Fresno County actually since I believe the first case I've seen is 1912. So although the majority of the community came in the 60s and 70s, for over 100 years, the Sikhs have called Fresno County home. So thank you again, and very much appreciate this acknowledgement and appreciate the revision of the language to update it to be more reflexive of how the Sikh community feels and is included today.
Thank you, Deep, for those words, and thank you for clarifying that information. So as we see, the Sikh community has had a presence in Fresno County for a very long time. And so we want to thank them and recognize them for their contributions. Madam Clerk, if you want to read the proclamation.
Whereas we dedicate the month of November in California for Sikh Heritage Month for the contributions they have made to the Central Valley through agriculture, business, trucking, medicine, law, engineering, education, law enforcement, military service, and more. And whereas Sikhs who originate from Punjabi, India, first arrived to the United States in 1899 through Angel Island Immigration Station in San Francisco, California. The earliest settlers worked in railroad construction and lumber mills until eventually setting foot in the farming industry in Yuba, Sacramento, San Joaquin, and the Imperial Valleys. And whereas the creation of the first Sikh Gurdwara in 1912 in Stockton, California, created a hub of connection and community for not only the Sikh diaspora, but Muslim and Hindu communities as well. Over the decade, California's Sikh community has expanded and is home to over 100 Gurdwaras statewide. And whereas today, California is home to one of the largest Sikh community outside of Punjabi. Punjabi is the third most spoken language across the Central Valley between Yuba City and Bakersfield. And whereas more than 100,000 Sikhs reside in the San Joaquin Valley, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim the month of November 2020 to be Sikh Heritage Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next item, Councilwoman Soria.
The next one is the Alzheimer's Disease and Family Caregivers Month proclamation. So the month of November, we also want to take time to recognize those that are battling Alzheimer's disease and honor family caregivers across our country, but really here in Fresno County. As I've shared in the past, in the last 5 5 years since I've been on the council. This issue is deep and close to my heart because my mother does suffer from Alzheimer's. You guys may know that Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. It is estimated that 5.8 million Americans aged 65 and older are living with Alzheimer's dementia this year. Interestingly, almost 2/3 are women. The sad part is that by 2050, which is not too far away, it is predicted that the number of people age 65 and older with Alzheimer's will grow to 13.8 million in our country. As studies continue to take place to find a cure for this disease, which is what we want, we must not forget about those that are taking care of our community members, our relatives, our mothers, our fathers, our grandparents that battled with this disease. This is why the month of November also recognizes these family caregivers. And, you know, I've been an advocate to ensure that we also pay them better because it's a tough job, what they do. It is also kind of surprising to learn that 83% of the help provided to older adults in the United States come from family members, friends, or other unpaid givers. 1/3 of dementia caregivers are actually daughters and relatives. So the work is not easy. I've seen my father have to quit his job prematurely and forced to retire in order to provide 24/7 care to my mother. And so I just want to take a moment to recognize all the caregivers that continue to ensure that the quality of life of those impacted by this terrible disease are recognized in our community. And also I want to, you know, recognize those living with the disease because it is tough. And I can share, you know, my personal story about my mother battling that. And so we hope that sooner than later we discover a cure to this awful disease. But I am grateful to still have my mother where I can spend time with her and share, continue to share memories with her. With that, I want to recognize November also as the month of Alzheimer's and recognize those caregivers. Madam Clerk, if you want to read the proclamation.
Whereas an estimated 5.8 million Americans aged 65 and older are living with Alzheimer's dementia in 2020, and almost 2/3 of Americans with Alzheimer's are women. And whereas by 2050, the number of people aged 65 and older with Alzheimer's dementia may grow to a projected 13.8 million. And whereas Alzheimer's Disease and Family Caregivers Day recognizes and thanks family members, friends, and neighbors who devote their time to providing care to their loved ones. And whereas caregivers provide a large number of Alzheimer's and dementia patients with support and services requiring great amount of compassion and strength and should be commended as this responsibility can be challenging. And whereas there are more than 43 million caregivers across the country who support aging parents, ill spouses, or other loved ones with disabilities. Of those caregivers, almost 16 million people provide services to Alzheimer's patients. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the challenging journey of those living with the disease and honors the commitment of those who dedicate their time to being caregivers. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim the month of November 2020 to be Alzheimer's Disease and Family Caregivers Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that, Council, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Council members have already submitted the following items to be heard separately immediately after consent calendar is approved. Item
Council
1.
President,
Yes, Council Vice President.
I hate to interrupt you. Usually, Member Sori and I co-sponsor the Alzheimer's recognition of this month. And for me, as I've said each and every year of the last 8 years, 13 years ago, my father passed away from Alzheimer's disease. It was a horrible sight to see my dad literally wither away over a 3-year period. And so I joined in the comments and the thankfulness for those that provide the services for Alzheimer's. So with that, Dad, we miss you. We love you. Rest in peace, my father. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President, for those words. Council, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. The following items have been pulled for separate discussion. First item, City Clerk, just want to make sure you have a recusal from Member Chavez on 1C as in cat. The item 1G, 1H, 1F, and 1O will be heard separately. Are there any other changes? Council Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I just want to register a no vote on 1R.
Okay, let's register no vote on 1R. Any other changes from the council? No,
You
it's
guys pull,
remaining on consent.
Council President, did you pull item 1P?
1P as in Paul
Yeah.
has not been pulled yet.
Can I pull it, please?
Sure. 1P as in Paul. All right,
Council President,
council member?
you were breaking up a little bit. Did we register the recusal on 1C for
Yes,
myself?
we registered your recusal on 1C as in cat.
Thank you.
All right, council, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the amended consent calendar without 1G, 1H, 1F, 1O, and 1P as in Paul. Is there a second to approve the amended consent calendar? Second by Member Carbasi. Actually, before we go to roll call, is there any member of the public wishing to address the consent calendar? Anybody here in person? There's nobody online? Seeing none, we'll come back. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurbasi,
Aye.
Hold on 1 second. Hold up.
Did you want me to hold up, Mr. Vice President? Aye.
No, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. So consent calendar is approved with the registered no vote on 1R for Member Butterfield and a recusal on 1C for Member Chavez. With that, council, I'm going to move on to public comment, unscheduled oral communication before we take on the pulled items. Is there any member from the public wishing to address the council under unscheduled oral communications? If so, please identify yourself. It looks like we have one person thus far, Des Martinez. You are being unmuted. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, President Councilmember Miguel Arias, for having me speak. I have some concerns. It's not anything that I don't think is on the agenda, but my concerns are December of this year, the city, the county, and the state will be implementing sweeps all over. Yes, we do have 4 motels that were purchased that will be opening with hopefully 251 beds. But also my concern is the COVID shelters contracts end in December, which those will need over 250 beds. So we are not adding to the city bed shelters for the homeless. What we're actually doing is just replacing the COVID shelters that will be closing. So my concern is what's going to happen in December when the city, the state, and the county continue to do the sweeps and they have actually nowhere to go. My biggest concern is the abandoned buildings and houses and homes and apartment complexes that we have. And this is where I would go if I'm constantly pushed off the street with no extra shelter beds available. I would really like to see more encampments, managed encampments throughout the city so that we can go ahead and help the people that want to get off the streets and want help to be able to go there. And then for the police to deal with the criminals that are left out on the streets. But again, we are only replacing the beds that we are going to lose in December with the motels on Parkway Drive. I'm excited about the other project on Blackstone and McKinley, but again, that might be January or February, and that's still not going to be enough. So those are my concerns with December and the homeless. If the city would stop pushing them to the state property, we wouldn't be seeing all of them on the highway. I don't like seeing them up there because of the safety reasons. It's very dangerous very, very dangerous on the highway. We need flat land. We need to come to an agreement, the city, county, and state, to try and find some type of land to put up emergency managed camps. So in December, we don't have a lot of break-ins and crimes, and then having people complain about it because somebody broke into my abandoned building and they're in there sleeping. We don't want homeless individuals shot by the police because there's a standoff because you have a mentally ill individual, which happened in the beginning of this year over at Heine's dismantling on the west side. We don't want that. So in order to prevent that, we need to come up with solutions of a managed camp because we are not going to have enough shelter beds. Those are my concerns. That's all.
Thank you. Next person is Larry Salinas. Larry, you have the floor.
Good morning, Council President Arias and members of the council. My name is Larry Salinas, and I am the Executive Director of Governmental Relations at Fresno State. As we approach the Thanksgiving season, I wish to take this opportunity to offer the university's appreciation and gratitude for the close working relationship we've had with the City of Fresno in what has been dubbed the City University Working Group. This group, led by Council Vice President Capriolio, Mayor Brand, and President Castro, and comprised of staff from both entities, has met quarterly for the past several years to identify and solve issues to enhance the well-being of our students and surrounding neighborhoods. In particular, I'd like to thank John Ellis, Laura Rios, Wilma Kwan, Jim Schad, and Scott Mosier for their partnership with working with the President, Vice President Debbie Astone, and myself. We hope with the new leadership at City Hall and on our campus, which will be led by Interim President Saul Jimenez Sandoval, that this group's work will continue and become a model for other city-university town-gown relationships. So on behalf of President Castro and Vice President Astone, I want to thank all of those that have been part of this endeavor. And on a side personal note, I do want to wish or thank Council Member Soria and Council Vice President Capriolio for their acknowledgement of Alzheimer's Awareness Month. Everything that the council member stated about the challenges for caregivers is so true. And I would offer to say that there's every day is Alzheimer's awareness or dementia awareness, and I'm dealing with it also with my own mother. So thank you to the city and all of you on the city council for acknowledging that. So with that, thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. All right, council, with that, there's no other public comment. We will return for a roll call on the consent calendar as amended.
I have a roll call for that.
Yes.
Yes, I already have it.
Oh, you already have that? Oh,
It's been a while.
it's been a while. All right, now we'll go to the items that were pulled. We'll start with, in order, 1G. And I pulled that item. We have staff available. Hi, Director. Thank you for the time yesterday on walking us through the contracts. For the benefit of the public, can you just summarize what this item represents? Can you speak closer to the mic or raise the podium? There you go.
I'm going to raise it. Jerry Schuver, Assistant Director of Public Utilities. This item represents an extension of the current transfer agreement with CART and Orange Avenue Disposal, which would be an extension of 2 of the 5-year extensions that are currently available in their contract. The other item that's in this is an addition of a service that we don't currently provide, which is 2 weekends, or 3 weekends in the spring and 3 weekends in the fall that we would be opening up to the public for the facility to use for free. The Solid Waste Division would be paying for the tonnage, but the service provider would provide all of the labor and manage the waste stream.
Jerry, I didn't see the cost of the contract on the summary of the agenda. What's the total value of the contract?
For the following 10 years, I can't tell you that because it's based on tonnage. So it would depend on how much tonnage that we actually generate.
Approximately, what's the amount on an annual basis?
On an annual basis, it's about 227,000 tons that the division generates.
Okay, thank you. I do want to thank your staff and the contractor for agreeing to include a program for the first time where the public is able to take their bulk items, several times a year. to this place without having to pay for that cost directly at the time of delivery. As you know, it's been a big issue in my district and all over the city, the amount of garbage that's around, especially bulk items and the illegal dumping. And it's also one of the things that the residential commercial users don't have access to Operation Cleanup, which a lot of residential folks benefit from. But as a commercial residential user myself, I know I pay, if not the same, a lot more for garbage services. So thank you for starting the process.
We heard you. We heard you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, a year and a half of having conversations, but I'm glad that you guys are doing this. Council, I would like to make the motion to approve with a couple of changes to the item. One, that the council may modify the terms and conditions of the program, including not limited to the date, time, and materials collected by the processing facility. And secondly, that the council approve any future extensions of this contract. So with those amendments, which I believe the contractor is amenable to and the city staff, I want to make sure that as we launch this program for the first time, if staff has to make any adjustments, we don't have to come back and do a full reopening of the full contract, that it can be easily done.
I assume that we can make some administrative changes.
Yes.
But if there's a monetary value associated.
Correct.
Okay.
The goal is to give staff as much flexibility as possible to make administrative adjustments to the program. It's the first time that we're going to be doing this, and I want to make sure you guys have the most flexibility possible to make improvements or adjustments based on what the customers are signifying and experiencing.
Great.
So with that, council, I'd like to make a motion to approve it as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you by Member Chavez. Is there any questions from the council on this item?
I do.
Councilmember Bredderfield?
Yeah, could I ask Mr. Poschel? No, it's fine, Jerry. Mr. Poschel? From your side as a representative, I don't imagine there are any difficulties with the amended, changes that is being proposed.
No, we think they're reasonable.
Yeah, it
And
seems that way.
and we appreciate the perspective of the council president.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have Member Chavez first and then Member Carbasi.
Yeah, just a couple questions for Jerry Schuver. I understand the extensions, but how many of those community cleanup models are we going to be doing per year?
Give me 1 sec, sir.
Thank you to our staff, by the way, for making sure the microphone sanitized each time.
He's a Clovis West grad like me, so.
Sorry, sir. We are looking at 2 weekends in the spring, or 3 weekends in the spring, 3 weekends in the fall, and they would be both days, Saturday and Sunday. So 6 events for both.
Okay, and I like that model, Jerry. The only concern I have, and maybe you can help us, how would we verify that these are folks from the city of Fresno and not coming in from the surrounding jurisdictions to use that? Because I know we have that issue with the Operation Cleanup. We see folks coming from Sanger, Del Rey, and various different cities. How would we ensure that?
What we're going to do is we're going to be using our utility bills as the identifier, and then for those in the multifamily locations, we'd be issuing certificates so that they could actually take advantage of this as well.
Okay, great. That's really the only question I had. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jerry. Councilmember Carbasi?
Dr. Schubert, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Related to Operation Cleanup, we've had some feedback on Nextdoor or residents that have emailed the office about concerns about delays. But what I've been telling them, and I think what Mr. Standriff has told them as well, is people are home because of COVID, and it's a really popular program. So hopefully they'll see less clutter in their neighborhoods. But we were a couple days behind. Did you want to comment on that at all?
Well, thank you. Actually, that's a great segue because we have seen between 80 and 90% participation rate in that program, where we normally see between 60 and 75. So not only are more people participating, but there's more tonnage. And because we took a 2-month period off during March and April for the COVID, the exposure to COVID, and so that we could do some cross trainings and do some other activities while we were waiting for everyone to be cross trained, we are now playing catch up. So our goal is to be done with last year's Operation Cleanup by the beginning of January, and moving into this year's, coming year's OCU by the beginning of January as well. And normally between the middle of November and December, we're off. We're doing leaf season with streets. We're going to be giving them minimal support while we're still doing Operation Cleanup, and we've been working with the other departments to try to make sure that we do as much as we can with the resources we have. We've been working overtime and weekends to try to get caught up, but the participation rate is through the roof.
Great. And then if we can remind folks how they're actually informed. So I got a nice yellow flyer in the mail.
That's how we do it. We go door to door and we drop off mailers. We used to try to put it online. We would have the calendar and we would put it online, but our problem is, and as Councilman Chavez has mentioned, people from Sanger and the surrounding areas now knew where they could go and dump for free. And so it became a real problem for us because we had a lot of dumping that was just done illegally. This new program, we're hoping, is going to offset quite a bit of tonnage and help our OCU people to stay not only on task, but really get done and handle some other things as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. And I think you'll have council members who will welcome the opportunity to be guinea pigs in this program, especially those of us who have a lot of large multifamily units in South Fresno. So I invite you to reach out to the council members and work with our offices to get this off the ground. With that, council, we have no more questions.
Council President, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I wasn't sure if I heard this in anyone else's question. I just wanted to make sure the cost and the dollars to cover the cost is incorporated in the budget, because I don't remember this being talked about in the budget. So what is that?
It's a great question. So our cost for this program can't be encumbered yet because we don't know what it's going to be. We have to have the first event first. So that's why you didn't see it in the budget. It wasn't part of this year's budget process.
So how are we going to pay for it if it wasn't part of the budget?
We're going to pay for it out of our litter control dollars. But what we're going to do in June, when we bring our new budget forward, we will have had an event in April. We'll know what the tonnages that we're going to generate are, and we'll be able to identify that as costs going forward in the next fiscal year budget.
So do we anticipate this, there being cost savings in the pickup of illegal dumping?
That's our hope. We're hoping that we'll see a reduction in tonnages through illegal dumping in Operation Cleanup, illegal dumping throughout town, and some of our Fresco responses might actually go down because people will have another resource instead of throwing it in the alley or on the street.
How are we going to keep track of all that? And can we get a 6-month report? I just want to make sure that we're just throwing money out to the problem, that it actually is effective, which I appreciate the amendments made by Council President, but can we keep track of it, or how are you guys planning to keep track of I guess, the success or whatnot?
I think the first opportunity for us to be able to prove success or not will come after the April cleanup, when we'll be able to see whether or not we've actually seen a reduction in tonnage at the street level. We'll know what's going into the transfer station because the transfer station will have weights that they can turn into us. We're hoping to see a reduction in the weights we're actually picking up as versus what we're having the customer take to them. And as well as the following year, we should be able to then see a reduction in weights all over the city, where people who, let's say, traditionally got a July cleanup or a October, December, and it, whatever it is, it's cold and they don't want to go out, it's raining, so they don't put their stuff out. Now they can pick April or October when the weather is temperate and go and do their cleanup instead of having to do, to not participate. So like the July people, they're always complaining. They want October or they want March because it's too hot. Well, this will give those folks the opportunity to get that weight off the street, but not have to put it where we pick it up.
So, Jerry, could we provide a tray memo after the first event showing the results in tonnage and dollars, both from the event and then if there is a reduction in tonnage, on our OCU effort show that as well?
I think that's absolutely possible.
And we can do a check-in in 6 months.
Sure.
Some council workshop on how things are going.
April is
I'm-
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
that
looking
time.
forward to bringing that back to you with some successes because we've been wanting to fix this for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry, question on the price though. How did you guys come up with the tonnage price?
The tonnage
And
price
is this the best rate that we're gonna get?
the tonnage price is what we currently pay per ton at the facility. We won't be paying for labor or manpower or street closures or any of that. So this is our current tonnage rate, and that was what we've already negotiated. So we've not adjusted that at all.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So we are prepared to use our litter fund. What other things can that litter fund be used, and how much money do we have in that litter fund?
That's a great question. I couldn't answer that right now. I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, I only bring that up because I'm trying to figure out, so I know that this is a priority for the council, but I've heard from several council members the frustration with our streets looking like crap. If we have this fund, and if there's dollars available, can we do more?
Currently, I'm working on the question that council proposed during the budget amendments with regard to adding officers to to that fund as well. So that's why I can't answer that question. We're working on that.
So the officers are going to be picking up trash?
No, but that's where they're being funded.
Okay.
I mean, they were attached to the DPU budget, so no, we're working on that as well.
Okay, so when will we know that?
That would be after the first event that we've been able to give you any dollars.
No, I'm talking about the officers issue that you guys are trying to resolve.
I would have to work through that with my budget officer who's currently working on it now. So I don't know. I don't know what that cost is. I just know that we had officers attached to our this year's fiscal budget.
Do we know what we generally have on an annual basis on the litter fund? I'm assuming that we have a ballpark number.
Yes, well, we use that litter fund for all of our activities related to litter. So
I know. So what is the amount?
I don't have that dollar figure right now, but I'm thinking it's about $1.1 million. That's off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, and I understand that you guys have to work through the mechanics for funding.
Scott Mosier.
Excuse me?
Scott Mosier actually has that number. So
For some of those questions.
All right. Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. The fund in question is the Community Sanitation Fund. That's charged to each single-family customer along with commercial industrial properties. Citywide, that's about $9 million a year in revenue. It pays for street sweeping, median island maintenance, tree trimming, and also it pays for half of the illegal dumping expenses. Half goes to solid waste, half goes to the Community Sanitation Fund. As the council has been briefed through the budget documents, we're currently preparing a rate study for that. That fund is approaching near zero. And so we're facing some challenges in the year to come.
So is the approval today going to have a significant impact then in this litter fund and getting us to zero? I just want to make sure that we are all fully aware of what's going on.
I think what the councilwoman wants to know, and would be good for the council, is are you going to reduce tree trimming and other services in order to do this?
The litter fund funds our litter control activities 50-50. So they give us 50% of what our budget is, that $1.1 million. So we wouldn't be receiving any reductions from Scott's CSD funds. It would continue to be that half of the $1.1 million.
Yeah.
And
I guess
this last year we came in just under that budget. So it was I want to say it was like $825,000. But our budget is what we present to you every year that you see and approve.
So I hear that, Jerry. I just want to make sure that I'm fully aware then of what are the activities that we are going to be funding, because I do get a lot of complaints too of certain neighborhoods that look like crap. And I want to make sure that we are using or doing our best in attacking the issues and the cleanliness issues that exist in our community. I understand that this is a big problem, illegal dumping, and I'm hopeful that this will help. I'm just trying to figure out, in terms of the funds, what other strategies are we going to be doing to address the issue that we have in the city of Fresno. So if you want to provide a memo or at another council meeting, provide more information, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, staff. I think you guys have all the questions from the councilwoman. If you can follow up with the tray memo on that, and that will allow us to get to roll call on this item, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprillo? President Arias?
Yes, I think council member's muted, but. Council Vice President Caprillo, we're going to register a yes vote.
So I'm registering a yes vote. I'm glad we finally got to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, the next item is 1H. This Councilmember Carbasi's item that was pulled for separate discussion. Councilmember, you have the floor.
Sure. If the vendor would like to give a presentation first, that would be helpful.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So the item before you pertains to CARES funding and for a UV lighting retrofit. The recommendation before you pertains to the Parks Department and community centers. There was also discussion at the prior meeting about public safety, about fire stations. So, and we do have a representative from ABS, the contractor, who's doing the energy efficiency project and retrofits here at City Hall and the Municipal Services Center. So what's proposed is to utilize that contract, and it would be a change order to that using UV funding. Just roughly speaking, the conversion is about $5,000 per fixture. That's the vast majority of that is the actual product cost. The installation is fairly straightforward. Goes into an existing, generally an existing fixture. The product works. Basically, it has a fan and moving the air through there and exposing it to UV lighting. Question previously asked by council was about testing and effectiveness, and if council desires to hear from a representative, he is a real expert in the field. It is proven to kill microorganisms in the past, things like cold, flu type items. Honestly, with respect to coronavirus, that is really, as we all know, a very new contagion. And so I'm not aware of any lab or result testing specifically for that product. How well does it do against coronavirus, with and without the UV system? What we do know is this is being implemented very widely. Just recently, a grant was awarded to, tentatively awarded to the Fresno County Rural Transit Authority for adding UV fixtures like these on the buses to help, again, reduce infections with passengers and such. So it's nationwide, it's being implemented, but I would say, yes, the jury's still out on exactly how effective is it against coronavirus versus other types of viruses.
Does the vendor want to do a presentation or anything? They like that? Yep.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director.
And we'll go ahead and disinfect before Chris comes up.
And then before we do that, Director Mosier, so it's going to be installed like in the duct system, so it's the air passing through to the facility, or is it direct exposure to surfaces?
It's actually not through the duct system. It doesn't go through that central area. But generally speaking, for example, there was an item tentatively discussed with the subcommittee, for example, at City Hall. That item is not before you, but where that would have occurred is it would have been, for example, in a conference room or an office, replacing one of the light fixtures. That comes out, this unit goes in, there's a fan, circuit, and suction brings the air, so it circulates the air as it goes in the UV system. Then that's where it basically gets zapped with UV exposure, enough time of concentration to that, and you're reducing, the pathogens that are in that airspace. But I'll turn it over to the real expert in the field.
That's this gentleman right here. He's the one cleaning it down. Good morning, President Arias, members of the council. Scott, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. If I can take a couple minutes to tell you how we got to where we are with this product, being an energy performance contractor. We're an independent company. We compete against large companies, so we have to have differentiators. Fortunately or unfortunately, how we came about to this product, my partner Brad Chapman was the first diagnosed COVID case in San Diego County. He chose not to be hospitalized. He wanted to be with his family, and it hit him super hard. He was down for about 30 days, got full pneumonia, and there were a couple days he wasn't sure if he was going to make it. So when he did recover, he came back to the office and said, we got to figure out a way to deal with this virus and make it part of our service offering to make us a little bit more unique versus the larger companies. So our business development staff and myself and Brad, we all went out and looked at the different products that were out there. We looked at bipolar ionization. We looked at UV in the ductwork. We looked at static sprays. And everybody brought their product back after about 2 weeks. And we sat in a boardroom and we put down all the check marks and came to this product. And I'll give you 5 reasons why we came to this product. And I think they're important. The first one is it's using UV, which is a known technology. So it's not something new, and it kills microbes. That was number 1. Number 2, our product has a EPA registration. That's important because it's destroying things inside the box. You have to have an EPA registration if you're doing that. We have a FDA certification as a Class 1 medical device. So the FDA has recognized that it's functionable. Number 4, which was key, it operates and uses UV technology while room is occupied. So that's super beneficial when you get into conference rooms and you have people in front of each other, because we've learned a lot about this virus. Originally, it was attaching to surfaces, and you don't touch your UPS box for 2 days when something got delivered. We eventually got to where it was droplets, and that's where the masks come from. That's why the gentleman's cleaning up here. And then it was micro droplets, and that's why it's so contagious, is that it stays in the air for periods of time. The technology behind this product is to sit and rest in your T-bar ceiling, because everything heat rises, your air conditioners push air down, and it brings air back up to the ceiling. So it's there as a primary defense in your overall disinfection strategy. The final thing for us that really sealed the deal was it has a 5-year warranty. Every other product we looked at and wanted to represent only had 1-year warranties. And let me tell you, we can provide anything our customer wants. You want an air scrubber, we'll get you an air scrubber. We found this to be the best primary use in your overall defense. Lastly, there are test results. Semi-Solconductor and Viasys did testing with the product, and we're real excited that not only are we killing influenza, we are killing the COVID virus. If it goes in this container, it's not coming out. We're doing it in about 13 seconds at a 99% ratio. In 26 seconds, we're getting it at 99.99. So
we're very confident in this product and what it can do. Is it a cure-all? No, it's not a cure-all. We don't have a cure-all yet. We don't have a vaccine. I think we're getting closer to that. But it is a primary source of defense in your overall disinfectant strategy. And you obviously have a strategy. I'm staring at you through a plastic container. That's certainly one of them. Everybody's wearing a mask. Everybody's sanitizing their hands. You have a gentleman coming up. Every time they come to this podium, they're wiping everything down. So you guys have put a lot of things in place, and they all work really good with the product that we're providing. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Perhaps just explain how you guys have addressed the circulation and the rate at which the air passes over this device, and I'm assuming you've sized the devices or the quantities based on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the science that's happening in the box, it's about creating a resonance for a pathogen in front of UV as long as possible. So your air conditioner is probably pulling at 1,000 CFM, cubic feet per minute. This pulls at about 200 cubic feet per minute. We don't want to pull it too fast through the box because the UV has to do what it needs to do inside of there. Everything inside, including the filters, are titanium dioxide, and that's designed to create a turbulent environment in the box with the UV for any pathogen that enters in there. And then on the top of the box, there's 2 exit points with filters. Those are carbon glass HEPA type filters, and that will catch everything in that filter. Now, the manufacturer has guaranteed that every fixture you buy, the very first time you want to switch a filter out, you send it back to them, and they will do a test and run a test and give you exactly the microbes that are found in that filter. They'll do that the first time for free.
Thank you for the information. It really does help me a lot. So I haven't, I'm pretty neutral on this item in terms of whether I'm going to support it or not support it. And I appreciate the fact that your business, based on your personal experience with your partner, has adapted to the changing economy and embracing this technology to fight COVID.
Appreciate it.
So we're at the tail end of the CARES money we received from the federal government, and I'm a bit more, I'm scrutinizing a little bit more because now that we're running towards the end, for me, it's about trying to decide maximum value for our money, whether it goes to more rent relief or relief for small businesses or rent relief for residents displaced. It's a massive problem. We're just trying to do our little part.
Sure.
And I want to know exactly where you fit in that process. So a couple of things, and I'm going to do the best I can not to embarrass my biology professors.
Sure.
Reading through the technology of UVC versus UVA, UVB lighting, and I appreciate you have a study, and I'd love to see that study. I have not been able to find a study that supports this. I have found from National Institute of Health or from BBC Health reports that it does help. They use it on buses quite often, but it's mostly effective on bacteria or fungi or different kinds of spores, but not viruses. There is evidence it could be effective because of radiation in mutating a virus and making it difficult to replicate. And I understand that. But what concerns me the most is when you go to the IllumaPure website and look up their information about the technology, they will not admit it kills viruses. They'll admit it kills bacteria. They will admit it kills mold and fungi. But they do mention the word viruses, but in the context that viruses are a problem, not that their product is effective at killing viruses. So what I'm leaning towards right now is, to me, it makes a lot more sense to use it in the firehouses and the fire stations because they're continuously occupied. And one concern we have is, like with hospitals, staph infections. Staph's a bacteria. Sure. And this technology, UV technology, not just this company's, is effective at killing gram-positive and negative bacteria. But bacteria and viruses are different. And even though COVID is a part of the COVID family, and there may be some research to suggest that UV light can kill SARS. We don't know about, I know you have a study. I haven't seen that study to make a decision. I don't know if it kills COVID.
If I can maybe help clarify, if you went to the IllumaPure website, that is the parent company that made Immaculite. So Immaculite has its own website, immaculite.com, and you'll find all kinds of research studies on there from Johns Hopkins that'll tell you the effectiveness of UVC. This product is using both UVA and UVC. So as it enters the box, it goes through a titanium dioxide filter,
Right.
and it's getting smacked with UVA before it sends the air into quadrants, which is really a maze that's all powder coated with titanium dioxide and then lined with UVC on the inside. So it's really two different products. So the original company of Illumipure was in the LED business, and they use an LED light wave. It's a global patent that they have to break down bacteria, right? So the theory is they had to come up with something for a virus. So the light breaking down bacteria is good as whatever the line of sight of light it's breaking down. If we had it in here, it would be breaking down bacteria on surfaces, which is good because if a virus comes out, it likes to host and live off of bacteria. So if you're breaking down the bacteria with the light, that's how they got into this space. They were in that space for probably the last 6-7 years. You probably didn't know about this light wave because we didn't have a pandemic. And they were selling their product to, U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Army, because they would pay, $60 for an LED tube. Well, I can buy an LED tube for $6, so why am I going to do it for $60? You do it now because it's handling something we're all very concerned about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And what I was able to understand from the National Institute of Health report is that it is effective assuming there's no dust particles or, I'm going to use this term, don't freak out, or bodily fluids on the surface, that it's trying to actually kill the bacteria, the virus, like in hospital applications. So for me, because we're at the tail end of funding, and I want to see how the other council members feel, I'm supportive of utilizing this technology for fire stations because bacteria is already a serious concern. And I can understand how even if it doesn't work against the coronavirus, we know for sure, based on studies that have been, it's well-known fact, if there's no jury's not on that, UVC lighting can kill bacteria. So hopefully it will be effective against COVID. But I think what I'd like to do for the parks portion, because I believe our community centers are still closed. So rather making sure we have extra CARES money so that we can spend it on things like rent relief, if we just did today, or other things that come up to directly impact nonprofits in our community. That's where I'm leaning. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
Councilmember, thank you for that. And let me just give you, from my perspective, I think I'm the council member who has the most community centers in the city. Although it's great to have them, they're all aging, and they all get significantly used as emergency shelters. So from my perspective, I would agree with you that this is a good investment for fire because you have people there all day living in and out. Given the technology's demonstration to deal with some of the bacterial stuff that you've outlined, the community centers that we have are always used as warming centers in the winter, as cooling centers in the summer. And they tend to have our most vulnerable and folks from different parts that were either our elderly neighborhood folks, our kids who tend to have quite a bit of germs when they walk in to a place, but also our homeless population, where personal hygiene is, something of a challenge. So we are essentially putting vulnerable older populations and our seniors, our young kids who don't tend to wash their hands that often, with our homeless population onto one building during the winter and summer months on emergency status when we need them for out of the element. So that's why I'm supportive of doing the parks community centers facilities and also doing the fire facilities. And I will link to staff to tell us if we can afford to do those two grouping of facilities within the budget that we approved and within the COVID allocations that we've had.
Yeah, we had, as you know, we talked about this a bit in the subcommittee meeting, and it does look like we could fund both the fire stations and the Parks Community Centers. It really comes down to, does the technology work? How well does it work? And then where are our priorities? But I think we would agree that the community centers and the fire stations would be the top priorities.
All right, well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve this item and also give direction to bring forward an item for the fire facilities. If that motion has been seconded?
Second.
Councilwoman Soria or Carbasi?
Are we amending this to add the fire facility?
Yes.
If we can, yes.
It is time sensitive.
Yes. In order to be able to meet the federal obligation to spend this money down by December 30th, we have to do it now, is what we're being told by staff. So the motion is to amend, to approve this purchase of equipment and installation for the parks facilities and the fire station facilities. That motion has been seconded by Member Carbasi. Any questions from the rest of the council before we go to the public? All right, anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, which is 1H? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
We'll go to the director for the last word on this item.
Thank you, Council President. Scott Mosier, Public Works. If it pleases the council, we do have the exact number that could be incorporated into the motion. That for fire, there would be an additional $916,675, and that would be for 185 Immaculate Illumina Pure UV units.
All right, let the motion reflect that it's approval of this item as outlined on 1H with the additional allocation of $916,675 for the purchase of 185 lighting units for the fire stations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
It's
you.
an honor to be here.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. All right, let's do roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. That takes us to item 1F, as in Frank. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Back there.
Good morning, Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities.
Good morning, Mike. Just had a question. I wanted to see if you could explain the delays that have led to the 3 extensions. I think that the contract was originally dated in 2016 for 30,000. So who's responsible for the delays?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So there's a couple reasons for that. One, this is a complicated project in terms of the structural components and the ducting to move this gas out of the Headworks building to a new treatment facility. It's also a safety sensitive project because the gas does contain hydrogen sulfide, which is highly toxic. That whole project was compounded by a problematic contractor. And so we've had a lot of staffing turnover on the contractor side. And we even had to, there were some rework that needed to be done. So we've been working very closely with the city's construction management division to deal with the contractor. Fortunately, everybody's been safe through the project and the facility is now operating. So it's online, it's operating. The contractor is working on punch list items, but the project is significantly delayed, which is why we are moving forward with the 3rd Amendment. And this should cover out the time period to complete the punch list items and then close out the contract. There are some dispute items that we'll have to resolve with the contractor.
So if we have a problem contractor, why isn't he paying for the extra cost of having to have the consultant?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we are tracking that. I mean, we're responsible, we are contracted directly with the consultant here for contract compliance. So we're responsible to maintain that contract. But as we close out the contract with the constructor, we will take that into consideration in terms of resolving the delays and disputed items, the additional costs that we've incurred.
Okay. So when we are working with a problematic contractor, we don't address that. Like, could we have gone out with a different contractor? What was your guys' kind of
right? So
train of thought?
So as I've mentioned, we have been working closely with the Construction Management Division. We meet with them monthly. On top of that, we've had some specific meetings regarding the contractor's performance and the path forward there. And as I mentioned, just due to the need to get this project completed, to deal with the toxic gas and have a new system in place, we've stayed the course with them. And although it's taken considerably longer, the facility is operating as intended now, and so now we just have to focus on closing out the contract. And yeah, we have additional cost, and that's part of our discussion, in terms of resolving this delay dispute and some specific items which remain outstanding.
Okay, so I'm hesitant to approve it. However, if I will approve it with condition upon us going back and requesting them to cover the additional cost, because what you're saying on the record is that it's been the contractor that has been problematic, that has caused the delays, thus costing the city more money, even though it may be 30,000, that's still, close to almost 100,000 now because of the delays. So I will motion to approve, knowing and condition upon the fact that we're going to ask this contractor to pay the bill.
Councilwoman, if you would allow me to acknowledge the Assistant City Manager.
This is really just a question for Mike, but my guess is that the contract with the contractor has specific language in it regarding breach of contract cures, liquidated damages, and we may need to follow those processes with the contractor to do what council member is asking.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's fine. I still, like I said, condition upon using whatever legal means that are allowable per the contract to ensure that we get refunded for the additional costs, given the fact that you're saying that it was their delays and not ours.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Member Bredefield. Let me go out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Kravasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Item 1O, that's Councilwoman Soria, who pulled the item. This is for the public's benefit, a contract to purchase, install, and support 2,000 credit card-enabled parking meters, otherwise known as bringing the parking system in Fresno into the year 2000 era of wireless parking meters. So thank you for getting us up to speed, Director. You'll have the floor. Councilman Soria, this is your item.
I just have a question for staff, if they could explain the listing of proposers in your staff report. I know that the IPS group, which you are recommended, is listed as the second highest proposal. So just want to see if you can explain briefly why the less costly proposals were not recommended.
Absolutely. Good morning, Council. Thomas Gaffrey, Deputy City Manager for the Parking Division. So the other two one of the key features with the IPS meters is they have a vehicle occupancy sensor integrated into the meter head itself, and it's provided by the IPS group. With the other two lower proposers, they don't offer a vehicle occupancy sensor integrated into the meter. It's
Can you, Director, can you explain that in layman's terms?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So a vehicle occupancy sensor is a type of magnetometer on the meter that tells our system whether a vehicle is parked there or not, so that way we can begin to develop rich data about where vehicles are parked downtown, and also use the Park Mobile app to show people which parking spaces are open and which ones are occupied. So again, the other two lower proposers, their vehicle occupancy sensor is not provided by them. So it's another piece of technology we have to integrate and then support. In addition, the other two proposers' solutions is one that is actually embedded into the ground. So there's a much higher cost to maintain those in the long run.
Any other questions, Councilwoman?
So, because there's a significant, gap in terms of from the lowest bid to the highest bid. So that's why I was concerned.
Yeah.
Go
ahead, I'm sorry.
How are we making up the difference? Like, what did we anticipate? Did we set the $2 million aside to cover the cost? It just seems like a very big, discrepancy.
Yeah, the $2 million is, and I would have to turn to Mike Lima for details, but it not only is it in the budget, it was in last year's lease financing program. So that's how that amount was planned. And the $2 million was the number that was budgeted. The lowest proposer was substantially lower than what we expected. And the lowest proposer also doesn't fully use cellular technology. It uses their own wireless communication system that requires us to install and maintain additional equipment that would be more costly in the long run.
IPS, I imagine, does other cities. What other cities that are recognizable? Where
they are based in San Diego, and every single one of the largest 10 cities in California that has parking meters uses IPS.
So they have like a up-to-date app that you download on your phone?
They offer an app, but their product will continue to integrate with our Park Mobile app. And they already have relationships with Park Mobile.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Fine. Thank you. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. I'll second the motion because it allows us to officially have wireless parking meters in the city of Fresno. Director, thank you for bringing us back into the modern ages of parking in Fresno. Is there any comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. And Director, I know this is probably unusual, but this deserves like an official ribbon cutting ceremony when you finally get them installed. So let's plan on something that big. It's been 20 years coming to Fresno. With that, we'll go to item 1P, as in Paul. Councilman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just had a quick question for staff. I know that this is rejecting the bids, but wanted to see, is there, I didn't see that any of the bids were from local dealers. Do we have an issue with getting our local folks to bid? What are some of those issues? Or
Good morning, Council Member Soria. This is Brian Barr, Assistant Director of the Department of Transportation. Greg Barfield is on vacation today. I oversee the Municipal Fleet Division. I can tell you that, per the local preference, Selma is considered local. But generally we don't, when we go out to bid, we go out to everybody. Everybody has an equal opportunity to bid. As far as why people don't, we can make some guesses, but we do not have any definite answers. But when we'll go out to bid again, it'll go out for about 3 weeks, and everybody will get notification. Hopefully we can get some more local bidders in this next round.
And I get it that Selma would be considered a local bidder. So this has been an issue that now I've become much more engaged in terms of procurement, because I think more than ever before, it's important that we look at keeping our dollars local and recycled back. So even if it's Selma, fine, Fresno County, as a whole gets it, but we got to think about Fresno. And so beyond, we have to figure out a way beyond just saying, oh, well, everyone has an equal opportunity. I will tell you that I just had a workshop with procurement, which was really informative. But there are a lot of folks that don't know our procurement process, and it can be a little bit complicated as well. So I'd like for us to maybe do a little bit more work on the fact that reaching out to local folks to figure out, what are some of those challenges and why aren't they bidding? I'd like our hundreds and thousands of dollars to stay here locally because we pay taxes on it and it circles back to the city hall. So that's what I'm interested in doing. I don't know what you guys can do as you guys go back to your second round to see if we can get some of our local dealerships interested.
We have broached this subject on multiple passenger vehicles in the past, and we would definitely love our local dealers, meaning Fresno proper dealers, to bid on these items. We can't force them. We have in the past gone out to each and every one of these dealers on various bids, attempting to get them to bid on these products. My feedback, this was several years ago, when we had done it at that time, was that fleet government sales are not worth their time. Now that was several years ago. We can approach them again. What I've seen is that dealerships often specialize in fleet sales or they don't. And so I would suggest we can go out, in this case, it was Toyota Priuses, and talk to both Bingham Toyota and I think it's Michael Toyota, and ask them why they did not bid and encourage them to bid and inform them that there is a local preference. But beyond that, if they don't want to submit the paperwork, I don't know much else of what we can do.
And Jim, maybe a follow-up question. I appreciate the feedback, that you got a few years ago. Why isn't it worth their time? Do we understand that?
I believe it's just the documentation that they would have to fill out for our bid process or any government bid process versus selling a car to a retail customer that day.
Okay. And is there any possible way to try to streamline that?
We can try, and I have great faith that our fleet folks work closely with the dealerships and will help them with whatever they need to do to fill out the paperwork, but they can't fill out the paperwork for them, obviously.
No, absolutely. But I'm just saying, whatever barriers there may be, if there is anything that we can do to mitigate them, to encourage. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and motion to approve, and you guys, have the direction to
All right,
hopefully
the item
go back
is
to these folks.
motion by Soria to approve and reject the bids, second by Member Carbasi. Anybody in the public wishing to address this item? Seeing none, anybody from the council? Seeing no more questions, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Council, that takes us to our first 10 a.m. hearing. The first item will be continued hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding Community Facility District Number 9, annexation parcel number 46, parcel A, parcel map 2009-06 in the northeast corner of First and East. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public? It was moved. All right. Let that record show that this particular item is moved to what day? 128. Oh, all right. The next item is the 1005, granting non-exclusive franchise for roll-off collection. Staff, you have the floor.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Jerry Schuber, Assistant Director of Public Utilities. As with the past appellants who were brought to council, the item before you today is to open a hearing for approval of True Clean Construction Cleanup, Inc. to be added to the City of Fresno's non-exclusive roll-off franchise list. This is the third and final step in the process of adding the applicant to the list. The first was a bill for introduction which came before council on 8/29/2020. The second was a resolution of intention presented to council on 9/17/2020. And the final step is the hearing today and adoption by council to allow True Clean Construction Cleanup to begin performing services within the City of Fresno limits. Staff urges approval of the new non-exclusive roll-off franchise, and this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Motion
to approve.
Councilmember Vice President Caprilio, seconded by Member Esparza. Any members of the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. Next item is at 10:10 a.m. Actions pertaining to the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as a CAPER, for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is a hearing to obtain public comment on this matter. Is there any members of the public wishing to address this item as I open up the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll close the hearing. Is there a motion to approve the item?
Motion.
Motion by Council Vice President Capriello. Is there a second? Second by Member Karbasi. If there's no questions from the council, we'll go to roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. The next item is a 10:15 hearing regarding a conditional use permit, P19-04594, a request to establish a Type 20 alcohol license on the premise for a Johnny Quick service station located on 6940 West Barstow Avenue, the northeast corner of Barstow and North Grantland Avenues. This is in District 2. I will open up the public hearing first. Is there any member of the public wishing to address this item? I see a couple of folks. So we will go to the first individual listed for public comment is George Beal.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. I'm George Beal. My address is 1175 Shaw Avenue, Clovis, California. This property has been zoned commercial for over 15 years. We propose to build a Johnny Quick food store, Chevron station, with a drive-through, Mexican restaurant, coffee bar, with inside and outside seating. There will also be a 2,200 square foot building for small shops, offices about 2,500 to 500 square feet. That will be occupied by insurance agents, nail shops, home offices. We had a neighborhood meeting on November 7th, 2019. 20 people showed up. The number one concern was getting a traffic signal installed at the intersection. The people that came to the meeting knew the property was zoned commercial and would be developed with commercial uses. There is a proposed daycare center 500 feet to the north of our project. They provided a letter in support of our project. Council District Committee approved our ABC CUP on March 3rd, 2020. We are installing solar panels on the roof of the gasoline canopy, the building, to offset 50 to 60% of our energy use. We are also installing 2 electric car charging stations. We are installing a traffic signal, street lights, street widening to make the intersection safer. With these improvements, the city transit system will install a bus stop. People living in this area will save about 500,000 driving miles per year. 1 mile to the closest store, 1 mile back, 2 miles round trip. The ABC licensed census tract is very large. It's bordered on the west side by Chateau Fresno, on the north by San Joaquin River, on the south by Gettysburg, and on the east, Golden State Boulevard. The census tract shows 9 licenses, 2 surrendered, 7 are allowed and are in use. 1 is located at Herndon and 99, 6 are located at Shaw and Highway 99. 1 of the 2 surrendered licenses belongs to Navjeet Singh, my proposed tenant for this location. Municipal Code Section 152606E5, exceptions. A new establishment may be accepted from location restrictions.
Mr. Beal, can you conclude your comments, please?
Yes, we feel that we fall under those exceptions. The proposed outlet for off-sale premises, alcoholic beverages, would be a necessity. The nearest store is about 1.3 miles north of Herndon 99, or 1.5 miles east of Shaw and Highway 99. The ABC license is a relocation from Herndon 99 to this location. Navjeet business was purchased by High Speed Rail, and he is relocating the license to this location. This project will provide about 18 to 25 new businesses, and I ask that you approve our ABC CUP. Thank you very much. And
thank you. Next person is Elisa. Elisa, you have the floor to address the council on this conditional use permit hearing.
Lisa, you're muted.
Elisa, would you like to unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you are.
Okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly now. Proceed.
Okay. Good morning. Elisa Belios, 5323 North Tisha Avenue, Fresno, California, 93723. I'm board member with the Forgotten Fresno nonprofit organization. I also attended the meeting that the developer had in November. I think he's looking at some rose-colored glasses right now. We're against the alcohol license going in. Unfortunately, that location is an arterial location in our community. The preschool that is in support there doesn't even exist at this moment in time. And as new to the neighborhood and not familiar with our infrastructure woes that we have in our neighborhood. Currently, residents that live with their houses facing, have the backs to the canal there, have regular issues of homelessness, graffiti, and we have some kind residents that don't even call upon the city and they actually paint over this graffiti themselves. The fear of having the alcohol license, the new store at the Herndon and Riverside area, which has a liquor license, is already encountering hopeless encampments around their perimeter, and this is a concern for our community and the residents that live in the immediate area. As far as, you know, driving to get gas or saving on the miles, I think that's a lame argument. If this is to draw more people to that location, then it's only going to increase more traffic in our neighborhood. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Curtis. Curtis, you've been unmuted. You have the floor. Curtis, would you like to unmute yourself?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Curtis Williamson. I'm with the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. The EDC has been working with HSR impacted businesses and property owners within the city of Fresno since 2013. We've been contracted by the city of Fresno to provide support with the goal of retaining as many businesses as possible and ensuring that each case is treated fairly. You know, while we've resolved and retained a large majority of these clients since that time, there are several clients that have taken significantly longer and require relocation. Johnny Quick is one of those projects. During the past year, we have been working with the owner of the Johnny Quick. You know, it's important to note that The relocation process is not easy for any of these businesses, and the businesses are actually never made whole in the process. If it wasn't for the impact of HSR, they would not be in this position. So in the spirit of this program to retain these HSR impacted businesses, we are here to show our support today for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. Next person is Peter Estrada.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed, please.
Yes, I live at 6964 West Portals Avenue, which is directly behind where this project is going to be built. And I'm totally against it. The traffic it's going to probably bring our property values down, and the transient it's going to bring in the area. And, the noise level too that it'll bring right behind us, me and our neighbors right here that live in this cul-de-sac directly behind it. We enjoy, we deserve a right to enjoy our property without all the hustle and bustle it's going to bring. So I'm totally against it. And I don't think any of you would want a gas station right behind your house either. So I just want to leave it at that.
Thank you, Peter. Next person is Tony. Tony, you have the phone.
Hi, my name is Tony Simone. I live at 10476 North Doheny, Fresno, California, 93730. I farm in the area, a couple hundred acres in there, and always in and out from the back door of my home. My family lives over there too as well. High-speed rail coming through and the lack thereof of gas stations is really a problem, and be very much helpful to have another one there. We are in fully support of this project. It's definitely needed in this area of town, as well as more business activity out there and growth. The area is growing very fast, and all the support to it. Thanks.
Thank you. It looks like there's no other members of the public wishing to address this item. We'll come back to the chambers. Staff, do you have a presentation?
Good morning, Council President. Ralph Ketchadorian with the Planning and Development Department. What you have before you, of course, is the conditional use permit related to the alcohol sales license, the request. And that's the item that you have before you. And the development of the service station and the retail related to it has been approved under a separate use permit for this project. So what you have before you is just the alcohol license appeal. At this time, the staff planner, Jose Valenzuela, is online. If you wish to have a presentation, he can do the presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Jose, looks like we have you online. You have the floor.
Good morning, Council President. Let me go ahead and share am I able to share my screen?
Yes, we can arrange for that. Go ahead.
It's still showing as disabled on my end. Share screening. Host disabled participant screen sharing.
It's okay. Well, give us a second here. You should have authority now. Looks like it's working, Jose, so you have the floor.
Perfect. Okay, so again, good morning, Council President, Council members. My name is Jose Valenzuela. I'm with the Planning and Development Department. This morning, you'll be considering the subject conditional use permit and the related environmental assessment. The subject property is approximately 1.27 acres, and it's located on the northeast corner of North Grantland and West Barstow Avenues. The project site is surrounded on the east and west by single-family residential development. Turn to the north and south, you have undeveloped land. Here is the approved site plan for the development portion of it. On August 5th, 2020, the Planning and Development Director approved conditional use permit 19-4593 for the development of the service station and convenience store and the additional retail building. However, the director denied the ABC conditional use permit, which requested a Type 20 off-sale alcohol license for beer and wine. The director's denial was appealed to the Planning Commission by the applicant and was considered on September 16th. After hearing testimony from city staff and the applicant, the Planning Commission voted to deny the proposed application by a vote of 3-2. At Planning Commission, staff recommended upholding the, moving on. So staff looked at the location restrictions listed in the code, which stated that new alcohol uses shall not be near sensitive uses, near other alcoholic establishments, or within high crime and high concentration areas. The proposed alcohol use did not meet the location restrictions due to its proximity to the newly constructed daycare center located just north, approximately 440 feet. Additionally, staff looked at the number of licenses in Census Tract 42.07, which only allows for 6 off-sale alcohol licenses. Currently, there are 11 active alcohol licenses in that census tract, which would mean the census tract is over-concentrated. Staff did provide a map of all licenses in this. Sure.
Jose, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Can you repeat the amount of licenses again? There's currently 6 active. Is that officially saturated?
6 are permitted, 11 are active.
Thank you.
The police department did review the proposed alcohol use and determined that the proposed project is not within a high crime area and we're not opposed to the project. PD did mention that should the application be approved, the applicant will be required to comply with a set of conditions, and they are outlined in their memo dated November 15, 2019. Public outreach was established via a public hearing notice, and staff did receive email correspondence from residents and provided to you. Staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Director's and Planning Commission's decision to deny the subject alcohol use application. Should the City Council grant approval of the ABC license, the following shall be required: make exceptions to location restrictions as outlined in the staff report, amend the CUP findings, adopt the environmental finding. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Jose, for the record, what are the conditions that the police department recommended?
They include providing a security plan, video cameras, training for the operators, the cashiers. Those are some of the ones that come to mind that are key.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll bring it back to the dais, and this is in District 2, so I will turn over the microphone to Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Clark, I have some questions, if you wouldn't mind coming up. And while she comes up, I want to thank the residents of District 2 for calling in and sharing their concerns, especially Ms. Bilios. She is a part of Forgotten Fresno, and she is a champion for our districts, and especially the community west of 99, and she's absolutely right. Infrastructure and development has been a big problem out there, and we want good growth, and we want to ensure we don't forget that important part, because they're just as much a part of the city as anyone else. Director, thank you again for your time. I wanted to go over the letter you sent regarding the denial of the request for the CUP. The letter states that, and this is something really important to me, the current zoning is community commercial, and this is just for the gas station and convenience store, along with the other potential spaces for other businesses that would be located there. So the shopping center, little center itself, it is community commercial, correct? It is zoned community commercial?
Correct.
Okay. And that is consistent with the current general plan and, more importantly, the West Area Specific Plan, that zoning?
It is, I cannot state whether or not it is consistent with the proposed changes to the West Area, but it is currently consistent with the West Area Specific Plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, and then the daycare center is not currently constructed, is that correct?
It is permitted, it has not been constructed at this
So
time.
I'm sorry, so if something gets permitted, they have up to 3 years to build? Is that correct?
Unless they request an extension, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, give me 1 second. So let's go through these recommendations, or the findings that you had. So you mentioned that, so the requested type 20 license, that is not hard liquor, that is beer and wine, correct?
The application for this particular conditional use permit is a, I'm sorry, is a type 20, correct, beer and wine only.
Beer and wine only. Okay. And part of here talks about adverse impacts on adjacent properties and inconsistent with the general plan goals for promoting healthy communities and improved quality of life. And I read that and I take that very seriously. The one frustration I have is on July 16th, this council voted unanimously for all members present to upgrade a type 20 license for a Johnny Quick at Cedar and Nice to a 21, which actually allows hard liquor. And there is a Rite Aid across the street. So I do have that concern. The other finding you talked about the high concentration, and I agree with you when you look at the census tract, but a lot of those are concentrated around Shaw, which is a major corridor. That current corner, Barstow and Grantland, it's just a four-way stop. Is there anything other than the homes around there developed, any commercial developed around there at all?
I would have to go back and look on the other locations.
Okay, all right. When I was out there, there was nothing developed in the corners. I just wanted to confirm for the public. And you mentioned the possibility of alcohol-related hospitalizations and drunk driving accidents, which is a serious matter. The problem is we can't always control that. Unfortunately, alcohol is a legal product. Now, what we can control, and one thing I'm going to do when I speak to I'm going to ask the project, Mr. Beal, to come forward. I will not support single sales, even if it's just beer. And that's a condition I'm going to make if I make a motion to move forward. I think that's something that's important to me moving forward. That's one big component that was missing from the recent act the council pushed forward for all businesses that have liquor stores in Fresno or beer and wine. And that's one thing I'm going to make specific. But unfortunately, it is possible for someone to go to the finest, nicest, cleanest spirit store and get alcohol and abuse it and unfortunately commit a crime or put us at risk. That's the reality of what we face. And it is proven that single sale alcohol does increase that risk. This is why I'm not in favor of single sale alcohol. But we can't overly restrict if something is by right in terms of the shopping center. It's a reality. It's a risk we are taking. The daycare, Mr. Beal said they submitted a letter of support similar to the July 16th vote that we took. Is that correct? Just want to confirm that we did get that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Not built yet, but they have. Okay. Got it. And then the last finding, which is important, is you mentioned about public safety concerns, and it's a very good point. So I actually asked the department to pull up a report for the Barstow and Grantland area because I don't want the saturation of more crimes around this area. So what I saw here was from January to June in the Barstow-Grantland area, looking at the different kind of calls we have, there's alarms, oftentimes false alarms or loud backyard party, speeding, racing, alarm, a domestic dispute, several welfare checks, more alarms, another domestic, lots of medical aids, another speeding, alarm. That's for the first half of the year. The other half of the year, some disturbance with a son, 2 aggressive dogs, parking enforcement, medical aid, suspicious vehicle, welfare check, speeding, which is a nuisance throughout my district, loud party, alarm, medical aid. So I want to make sure if we were seeing the kind of serious concerns of violent crime, I would not be in support of going to a beer and wine license. That isn't there right now, and I'm going to talk next to the, thank you, Director. Those are my questions. If you want to say anything else, feel free
Right.
to
So the only thing that I would point out is in the staff report, it clearly states that there are 4 location restrictions, right? And we have been very consistent across the board. If any one of those are not met, we deny. And then the application can be appealed. It is the discretion of the City Council to find an exception. But as staff, we have made it very clear we are not going to make those discretionary actions as it relates to alcohol CUPs because of the intense amount of input that we've been receiving from the public. We feel like that needs to be a very full and robust public process if there's going to be an exception made to any one of those 4 location restrictions.
And when you say public, now I did receive a few letters for and against. Are you talking about general public?
I'm talking about generally within the city regarding alcohol,
right,
as we
but not the neighborhood
have seen.
itself.
Right.
Okay, I appreciate that, Director. Yep. Okay, and then if we can, is Mr. Beal on the phone? Mr. Beal, can you hear me? If you can
Yes,
unmute
I
yourself.
can.
Mr. Beal, I have some questions for you, if you don't mind. So what are you going to do if this location opens to mitigate blight as this operation for this gas station and convenience store opens and the other potential tenants you'll have?
What we do at all locations is we have a professional maintenance service that does our gardening, our sweeping service, a window cleaning service. We have, I think, a 30% window coverage of on the windows. We train, all of our people are trained when they are hired in the ABC LEAD program, which is a requirement that most retailers don't do, but we do that. We have a cleanup program. Our alcoholic beverage license calls for a cleanup program, not just on our site, but the curb and gutter in front of us, the properties adjacent to us. We adhere to all of those things. We have a paint out program of any graffiti. It's required by our contracts with Chevron and Johnny Quick food stores. It's a 24-hour paint out program. If they put a little graffiti on the back of the building, on the gasoline facilities, or any place, curbs, somebody's out there removing that within 24 hours. We use scrub can to clean our trash enclosures every month. We have an on-site, an in-house maintenance guy that makes sure the trash is cleaned up inside the trash enclosures. So the city or the recycling company can get in there on a continuous basis. Also, this is probably the newest trash enclosure requirement where it's a handicap access trash enclosure where you have a side gate that anybody that's in a wheelchair can go into that gate, do their trash dumping and get out. And so I think this is probably the most modern facility that we could build in the area. As the planning director said, everything is approved except for the ABC license. One of our requirements, I think the PD requirements, no single sales, which we adhere to. We adhere to the video cameras. All of them are 25 to 30 cameras in the site. They're all colored. We save them for 90 days. We follow the PD requirements to the T. We follow the CUP requirements for the site itself to the T. We're good operators. The other thing is, you know, we have one thing that I think the neighborhood needs is a bus stop. It's a mile and a half to go shopping any place over there. People will use the bus stop, and there isn't one there, and there will be one there. Is what the street, city transit system said that's what they will put there. And when they put a bus stop there, you know, we have restroom facilities open to the public all the time, not just if they purchase something or anything like that. Air and water is available for free at our location. So I think we would be a big asset to the city of Fresno and to the neighborhood.
Right, and then those bathrooms would be open to firefighters or law enforcement in the area as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm trying to get at by asking you about the last question I asked you is, if, let's say, I get a call from a resident and they say, hey, there's a lot of blight over there. If I call you or the city calls you and we need to get your service out there immediately, is that a guarantee we can get that we will be able to mitigate any blight issues that we have in real time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I get calls all, you know, and people dump and offensive graffiti or, you know, any of those kind of things. I think everybody has my phone number.
Okay.
Look me up on the phone and give me a call.
Okay, that's really important so we can be responsive to any issues and mitigate any issues that can come up. When it comes to the businesses that you're going to, you gave some examples, the businesses that are going to exist as tenants. One thing I'd like to recommend, of course I can't make you do this, but I'd strongly encourage you to do a survey and ask the residents in the neighborhood what kind of businesses and services they'd like to see there. Now, it's going to be difficult with COVID. We're losing a lot of businesses, unfortunately, and you may be hard-pressed to find a tenant. But whatever you can do to ensure that you do a quick market study and poll of what the residents want, I strongly do encourage that. Can you tell me a little bit more about the security plan? Because that's going to be really important. The cameras you're going to have are always going to be available per your CUP to PD should they need it?
Absolutely. Also on our, we always have 2 people on duties. It varies. Lunchtime you may have 5 or 6, but evening times, our hours are from 5 a.m. There's a lot of early commuters, a lot of early people that go to work. Our hours are from 5 a.m. till midnight. If they roll up the carpet at 10 o'clock, we close at 10 o'clock. But the thing is, we have a big staff of people. We anticipate on employing from 18 to 20 people in that particular location. They're well trained. Our people stay around a long time, and usually they come from the neighborhood.
Right. Okay. And then what I wanted to ask is my final question to you is regarding the gentleman who called and the residents that are adjacent to the property. Now, this place has been zoned community commercial for quite some time, but I am very sensitive to their concerns. If I have to come back to you and say, well, we're having some problems, we may have to put up some vegetation or something to offer a buffer for the residents so that they can be more at ease. Is this something that we're going to be able to do?
Yes, we're concerned about our neighbors also. We don't want to be a nuisance. Whatever it takes for the neighbors that are to the east of us, we're willing to do.
Well, I have you on the record now. I'm going to hold you to that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We don't have any back doors. There is no back door on the back side there. So.
Well, that's important. I'm glad to know that. Okay, so thank you for that. So looking over this, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues as well. This project is consistent with the general plan in terms of the construction of the convenience store. I believe, based on crime data, and the fact that the other places that sell beer and wine and unfortunately liquor are located on the Shaw corridor, there is nothing in this specific area that it is safe to actually, in compliance with what the police department said, the public safety concern is minimal. That I appreciate the developer meeting with the neighborhood specifically. And my biggest concern is there is currently no street light or crosswalk at Barstow and Grantland. And as we talked about there not being any infrastructure west of 99, This is definitely going to require, as a condition of occupancy, that the developer build that street light, traffic signal, and crosswalk. And that's going to help a lot with the traffic that's been increasing in the area over the last few years, and it's just going to get worse. So, and the fact that there are going to be no single sales, and there are going to be no single sales ever at that location. So I am going to move to approve the development along with the CUP with the added condition, and I just want this for the record, that there will be absolutely no single sales of alcohol ever at that location. And that is my motion. Is there a second?
There's a motion by Member Carbalsi, seconded by Member Butterfield. Councilmember Carbalsi, are you done? So we can take some questions. Is there any questions from the council? All right.
Council President?
Yes.
I just, a well-presented item on our agenda, and very direct, very quick responses. My question involves the infrastructure improvements. These are long-term infrastructure improvements, Councilmember Carbalsi?
Yes, it's over $350,000 for the traffic signal. And
that's the savings to the city. In other words, we don't have to put that in, and you feel that it's necessary for your district.
One of my campaign goals to the folks west of 99 would be to get more infrastructure out there. Unfortunately, we have over $200 million in deferred maintenance in this city, and we have to be careful with our dollars. These are some of the ways we can get through investment as a condition of occupancy to build the infrastructure, and this is very crucial to that area.
Thank you. I think everything else I had in my mind for questions you've answered. It's not a new license. It's a relocation of an existing license, and it's a type 20 beer and wine. Those are the questions I have, and the others you've answered. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
I forgot to give the exception. I apologize for my motion. So the exception I'm speaking of is exception A. The proposed use is not located within an area in which the chief of police has determined, based on quantifiable information, that the proposed use A would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of persons located in that area, or B would increase the severity of existing law enforcement or public nuisance problems in the area. Thank you.
All right, that's been recorded. I do have some questions if there's no other questions from the council. All right.
Member Soria has, oh, sorry.
Seeing none, let me go through my questions.
Council President, sorry.
You have questions?
Yeah, just wanted to make maybe a question or comment. One of the things that I've been thinking about, and I know that I've been working on adding more art and trying to beautify our community. I don't know if, I know that George and his team, they build kind of, the traditional models of convenience stores, but if there's any opportunity to get creative with the project and add, some art or something so that I think we've seen art in other areas of the city. Like, for example, I know that his design in the Tower District was very different from kind of the typical design that they do. And so we're grateful for that. I know that he's done in other areas, like in Chinatown, similar, added other kind of art components to it. So if there's an opportunity for George and his development team to do something like that, to not just make it a regular gas station, but add something that would be also positive to the northern part of the city, I think would be a good thing. Obviously, seeing if the council member from that area agrees.
I think that's a great idea. Why don't, Mr. Beal, you're on the phone? Would you mind answering Councilmember Soria's good question?
Well, we try to do that, and we'll work with the neighbors and to see what their thoughts are to create something. We're in favor of it. So I've always been in favor of that type of stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to it. Actually, it adds quite a bit. The the neighborhood has an idea, we'll sure work with them and create, if it's a groundwork art, or if it's stamped art, or if it's additional type of raised landscaping that they see that is important, I'm sure we'll work with them. Everyone, we're looking forward to it.
Councilmember Soria, thank you, Mr. Beal. Would you like to actually amend the motion to reflect that? I'd be happy to do
Yeah,
that.
if that is something that you're agreeable to,
Absolutely.
add a motion to include.
Some, working with the neighborhood for some type of mural or art project reflecting the neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's great, absolutely. Is the second amenable to that? Okay.
All right, any other questions, Councilwoman?
I'm okay for now, thank you.
Thank you. Doug, I know there's reference to that there will never, ever be any single sales on this part of this conditional use permit. Can this council obligate future councils not to grant single sales at downstream?
To change it in the future would require both changing the municipal code and changing the terms of this CUP. That is possible, but that's how it would have to be done.
Okay, so this applicant can come back in 5 years from now and ask for a change to single sale, and the council would have the authority to approve it?
If they first change the municipal code, yes.
Okay. My second question is, the applicant is, what's your rationale for adding an additional alcohol license to an already saturated area?
Well, it was already in the area, and it still is an active license. It's just surrendered, which is required by the Department of Alcoholic Beverages. It's incidental to the total operation.
So are you suggesting that the alcohol is incidental to the rest of the operation? Does that suggest that you would be willing to operate this gas station and convenience store without an alcohol license?
No, I don't think it'd make it profitable for us. It's people, if they want to buy some alcoholic beverages, beer or wine, and we don't have it, because they know, they really would know.
Understood.
They're going to go
So to be clear, it's not incidental. It's essential for you to operate this facility. You're suggesting that you must have an alcohol license in order to make it profitable.
Well, because you're going to lose the business of what those people purchase anyway. So incidental in the amount of business it does as far as other items that we sell. It's not incidental to the attraction of the customer that's going to buy some other things.
Understood. Is this proposal your standard, gas station with alcohol, or is it one of the, so-called newer models of a neighborhood, healthy grocer? Is this, as I read your proposal, is just a typical gas station with alcohol?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's going to be determined by the customer. We find that that mile and a half from other larger, not convenience stores, because they're going to carry substantially less products that we carry than. But we think we can interject some other items. Since we are going to have a Mexican restaurant, we would display an area for vegetables, fruits, local nuts that are grown out in that area. We think we can enhance that offering, because everybody in that area doesn't have two cars, so you're going to get a lot of people that are going to come up and be those kind of customers that'll buy the fruits and the vegetables and those kind of things, potatoes, and I think it.
George, I understand your concept of you don't know exactly where you're going to sell until the retail's up and running, but the model is simply a gas station with a convenience store, correct?
Well, in most cases, that's what you're going to start with, but you're going to add things. Like,
Thank you. Are you proposing to add the Amazon boxes that we've seen pop up in the exterior of these gas stations?
Well, we have been contacted, and Amazon has picked us as somebody that that is deserving of that outside view because we're safe neighborhoods. And quite frankly, there's a lot of places that Amazon won't take it to the front door because of the problems they have. And so we've tried the Amazon deal. They manage that service on the outside. If
So
it's a problem,
my question specifically is, will this location have the outdoor Amazon boxes?
I don't know. We haven't submitted it to Amazon for approval, and
Legal counsel, does that require a CUP condition, or is the applicant allowed to put exterior Amazon boxes without city approval?
We'll check, but I don't believe that would be restricted.
Okay. Hold on.
As a follow-up, if there is an issue of public safety, can we make a condition in the CUP that the police department can determine they have to remove that because it's adding to crime in the area?
we agree to that.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is in the facility that you opened in the Tower District, you also installed outdoor Amazon boxes, and they've attracted the criminal element, and they've already been vandalized, and they've now become a blight to the area. So my question to legal counsel is the applicant allowed to put these outdoor services without city approval?
I believe so, unless it would be construction involved. You could add a condition to the CUP now that would disallow that.
Okay. I'll leave that up to the maker of the motion, but I just want to get through some of my other questions. You reference a bus stop.
Yes, sir.
So the bus stop also attracts individuals, and from my personal experience, the bus stop across the street from the city hall, where there's a 7-Eleven, attracts significant amount of transient populations. How do you plan to mitigate any impact to a neighborhood, given that you're also proposing to have a bus stop in this project?
Well, actually, the bus stop is a city requirement, but we put out trash receptacles. We manage that area. We go out and we clean it up. It's an item that is really a city item, and we thought it would be an amenity that the local neighbors would want, because people do need to.
So is your proposal to make the city responsible for maintenance and cleanliness of the bus stop?
We don't make the city responsible. We sweep the gutter, we take the trash out, we do all of those things. We don't have wipe the seating down, we don't have an issue with any of that.
Okay, thank you. My other question to the applicant is, what's your hours of operation for sale of alcohol in this application?
6 a.m.
6, you're going to start selling alcohol starting at 6 a.m.?
Well, that's what the state law allows.
I understand what the state law allows, but I'm asking you specifically, in this project, when do you intend to start selling alcohol, and what time do you intend to stop selling alcohol?
We intend to start at 6 o'clock and stop selling at midnight. This is probably an area we have a lot of early workers that may buy beer on the way to work or may come buy beer on the way home from work. And there's a lot of people that get off at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning or 6 o'clock.
All right, well, I'm hopeful that a lot of people are not buying a 6-pack of booze on their way to work, because that probably wouldn't be good for the folks in the city.
I don't think they're buying it on the way to work. I'm thinking they're getting off work and buying it because that's their 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you. Let me go to Assistant City Manager.
Yeah, just real quick on the bus stop. I'm assuming that you're wanting the owner to clean up and around the bus stop.
I'm simply trying to understand what the plans are, because bus stops seem to be like it's a very popular thing to say, but it's a very difficult thing to manage, as evident in the 7-Eleven across the street from the city hall.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, so
we would clean up the bus stop on our regular routes as the city, but we're expecting him to keep the area around that bus stop clean.
Okay, as long as I just wanted to understand who's responsible for who, because I don't want to have residents come back later and blame it solely on the city. So what are the proposed hours of operation for the alcohol sales? Is it 5 a.m. to 1 a.m.?
No, sir. The state law allows 6 a.m. and we would, So we would follow the state law from 6 a.m. till midnight.
Till midnight, City Attorney?
The proposed CUP would allow alcohol from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. midnight, except on Saturdays it would go to 1 a.m.
All right, so it's a pretty big window of alcohol sales.
Friday and Saturday.
Thank you for the weekends. My other questions are Amazon. Let me also, I think those are all my questions for the applicants. Council, you know, I remember when we started this conversation on the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, and folks were asking me, how did we get to the point of approving licenses in already saturated areas? And one of the things that I identified early on in spending 2 years on this work was the role of the police department in, you know, writing memos suggesting that they don't have a problem with it because at this point there isn't the level of crime and calls for service. But the same police department, you know, later requests more public safety services because the amount of shootings and incidents in these establishments. And I just want to read the actual reference from the police department. It states, the police department's Northwest District reviewed the subject application and was not in opposition to the issuances of the alcohol licenses. So I want to be crystal clear. The police department is not opposing this alcohol sale CUP, even though there's already a saturated census tract. It also states that the typical experience in this area are 453 criminal offenses per year, and that their primary concern is the propensity of the operations like this to generate calls for service and therefore be detrimental to public welfare. So what I want to just be crystal clear for the record, both for the public, the neighbors, and my colleagues, is that the police department is on the record saying that they're not in opposition to another alcohol license in an already saturated area. And secondly, that at this time it does not pose a public safety hazard to the area.
Council President, we can hear the Hmong translator. They're not on mute, or I'm not sure what's going on.
Did we address that, city staff? Brianna, are we good? Okay, she's been muted. So I don't see any reason for one more saturated alcohol license in the area. I appreciate that it's not my district and the council member will have to figure out the mitigations and the conditions of this operation. I personally don't see the need for another saturated area to get another license like this. I don't see the justification for starting to sell alcohol at 6 a.m. to 1 in the morning on weekends. And I also foresee that in the future, this location will be a public safety hazard and challenge for the police department. And I don't want to have to be up here authorizing additional police officers to respond to calls for service for a business that we know has a propensity to generate more calls for service, and we know is already in an already saturated census tract. So I'm going to have to register a no vote on this, and I will leave it up to Councilmember Carbasi to include whatever conditions he feels are necessary for his neighborhood. But I just want to go on the record that the police department does have an active role in authorizing and approving the saturation of alcohol licenses in our city. And I think that the next administration has to reevaluate the role that the police department plays in that process, because ultimately we as elected officials get blamed for the decades of saturation and problems, and it's not brought to light that it's a city as a whole that's been actively approving these for whatever rationale that is utilized the day of. I do foresee the daycare facility, when it's built, will have a challenge. I foresee that the bus stop, the transient population, the homeless population that will only grow in that area over time, will all become an environment that will only do the opposite of what people are asking us to do. I do recognize that we're in a difficult spot because it provides the funding for an intersection light. But I do want to caution the council, if we start approving businesses detrimental to neighborhoods, because it's the only way that we can fund intersection lights, it's simply one more subsidy to development that further deteriorates neighborhoods. And it is my hope that we would find ways to pay for that infrastructure or require the developers who build the housing to put in that infrastructure and not rely on more alcohol establishments to have to pay for it. But with that, I respect my council colleagues' wishes, and it's his area, so you have the floor, or we can go to a vote, depending on whether you want to make any additional changes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to get back on track with the issue at hand. Let's talk about first the Amazon boxes. So, legal counsel, just to clarify, we can change the CUP to limit the ability for other sales like Redbox or Amazon boxes. But is there a way to amend the CUP to give that discretion to the police department for the district so they can decide, let's say we do get a theft at that facility. Then they can say this is too detrimental to the safety of the area and we're not going to allow that anymore. Or if it isn't detrimental and the neighborhood wants that pickup location, that may be an option for them because if they're worried about porch pirates.
Well, this is a legislative decision, and typically the council can't delegate legislative decisions. So delegating that authority to the police department at this point may be a problem.
So we can bring it back to the council to make that decision.
Or you could right now, yes.
Well, let me put it this way. If we authorize them to be allowed to use Amazon boxes, can we go back later if there's a problem and disauthorize that?
Once you approve the CUP without that condition, it's a property right. And then you would be taking that property right. So it would be difficult.
Okay, so I have to either approve it or deny it now. We can't do it conditional and come back and make a decision if there's a problem later.
Now, it needs to be in there or out of it.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to amend the motion to make sure that we do not allow, how would we call this, Amazon boxes or Redbox or any of those.
Anything similar?
Yes.
You can do that, yes.
So I'm going to amend my motion to reflect that. Regarding the bus stop for staff, I don't believe we have bus service out there. We can't hear you.
How about now?
There you go.
I can check with staff to see if we do. I assumed we did.
Okay. I'm just looking at the map now, and this is, I know they're making some changes. I don't know if it's been updated. I don't see anything out there, so it might be a moot point for now. But the advantage of having bus service west of 99 out there, I know we have it on Shaw. I have a lot of residents throughout the district and throughout the city that are disabled, and we can't actually authorize federal dollars for paratransit if there's not a fixed bus route out there. So I know maybe some people look negatively on the bus system, but it's actually really, really essential, especially for our paratransit community.
We'll take a look at it. It could be Fresno County Rural Transit as well.
Okay. I have a question for Director Clark about the hours. And I'm sorry, I thought I read in the application 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. somewhere, but I guess it is 6 to 12 and then 1 a.m. on the weekends. Director Clark, is there ever a case where a convenience store is located near single-family residences where we can limit their hours? Is there any legal basis that you know of, or anything done in the past so we can limit those hours?
This is a discretionary permit, and the city council can limit it in hours of operation, in types of operation, et cetera. So those are all at the discretion of the city council.
Okay. And then for legal counsel, we would not be, I want to make sure we're not open for legal, I want to make sure we're not open for legal liability if we say we're going to cut off sales at midnight every day. I want to make sure that we're not going to leave ourselves open to a lawsuit.
We're allowed to prescribe the hours that would be on the ABC license.
Okay. So I'm going to amend my motion to limit the hours to 12 a.m., not to exceed 12 a.m. for alcohol sales.
Staff just clarified that the bus stop is, the basic pad is being put in for a future bus stop if we choose to extend the service out to there.
Okay, and then a couple more things before it goes back to the council. The daycare challenges, I want to make it very clear from the decision I'm making and what I've read. The daycare, which has not been built yet, and they have 3 years to do so under their current licensing or permitting, they are in support of this project. And that's really, really important. It was the same case when this council, unanimously for those present, just a couple months ago, approved an upgrade of a license from a 20 to a 21. And I know now we're changing our tone, and that's fine. I was one of those, and I don't want to get too much into this. I didn't vote for the RNMA because I had a lot of concerns that in some ways it constrained free market, but at the same time, it also didn't do enough to stop the existing bad actors and actually rewarded them by raising the value of their businesses by limiting licenses, unfortunately. But we'll put that aside. 2 more points regarding crime. I did look at the crime events, and this was a very big part of my decision to make sure that the neighborhood wasn't full of all kinds of violent crime. And like I said, there were lots of complaints for, unfortunately, racing, which is a problem in my district, lots of alarms and lots of medical aids. And I guess that's the reason why the department had the finding that even though there's a lot of saturation on Shaw, which is a major corridor, it would be safe for this area. But as we grow, things change, as the economy improves or does worse with the recession, crime patterns change. I don't want to set us up for failure when the department comes and asks for resources for the city because of issues. We say, well, this one, we approved this one thing and you guys said it was good and now we're not going to give you money. I don't want to set us up to fail. There's a lot that goes into these decisions. I just wanted to add that. But I want clarification on one last thing, and maybe the applicant can comment or our planning department. This isn't an additional license. Is that correct? I just want to clarify that. Mr. Beal?
Not an additional license.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat that?
This is not an additional license.
Okay, great. That was really important for me. So with those changes, unless there are any questions or concerns from my colleagues, I'm ready to move forward.
So, council member, for the record, I want you to repeat your motion with the conditions, just so that the council and the staff is clear. Do you have a question, staff?
Yes, I do, Council President. Just to be clear, this is a new license. It is not a relocated license because of high-speed rail.
Correct.
Would you clarify that?
Okay, just wanted to make that
No,
clear.
please clarify that. Please clarify that, because in the application, they're claiming the applicant is claiming it is not a new license.
Back in 2017, Mr. Beal had requested an ABC license as a relocation to his new site, which is at Shaw and Hayes, a convenience store, gas station there with some additional development. That license, he had told the Planning Commission at the time, in August of 2017, that it was a relocation of his Golden State and Herndon Chevron project that he had, which High Speed Rail had acquired that property. In turn, that was the license that was a relocation. This site is not a High Speed Rail relocated license or business.
Okay. Would the applicant please respond to that, if he chooses to do so?
Yes, on the one that just came up, our CUP doesn't say that we have to relocate that license. What happened there was the license I'm using at that location was a high-speed rail relocation also. It was by Jerry Villanova, which he had a little deli grocery store next to the fish company in downtown Fresno. And that's the license I had in escrow to use at that Shaw and Hayes location. I didn't own the license at Motel Drive. And both of those licenses are relocation. And Jerry's license will be used there at Shaw and Hayes. And this was about a year and a half ago We went through it with Margot, and our CUP does not require over there that we get a license out of the census tract, or that Motel Drive location or Golden State location had to go over there because I didn't own that license.
I think we're clear. George, are you bringing a liquor license from outside the census tract?
On the Shaw and Hayes, for this location we're talking about right now? Barstow location?
Yes.
No, it's in the same census tract.
So the one in Sean Hayes was from outside the census tract?
It was from outside the census tract, and it was a high-speed rail relocation from Jerry and Villanova by the.
Thank you, George. We'll let city staff give the final comment on this.
In the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting in August of 2017, it is stated in the record that this was a relocation of his Golden State and Herndon or Motel Drive Chevron station that went to the new location at Sean Hayes in the same census tract.
So the claim was made in that planning commission that that was the relocation.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, that may have been incorrect, I don't know, but my question is, what's the reality? Is this, that may have been claimed for that, which I know that's very frustrating, but the reality is this application, this person, this individual, are they actually someone that was displaced by high-speed rail?
My understanding, no.
Okay.
This was not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, High Speed Rail has done a really good job of relocating and building up brand new businesses for folks who are impacted by their, growth. And sometimes applicants choose to be relocated and have High Speed Rail pay for the full build out. Other times they choose to sell their business and close up. In this case, they've taken the funds to shut down. And it looks to me that somebody's just simply bought their surrender license and are trying to bring it back into this area, claiming to be a relocation. But that being said, I do want to point out, Councilmember, before I turn it back to you for final conditions, that my opposition to my support differs from the last time that we discussed the license, because at that time, the Nice operation was on a saturated area. So that's my concern today is this is a saturated census tract, and therefore that's why it's different for me than the one previously on Nice and Cedar, I think it was.
I believe that was a saturated area in terms of allowable licenses, numbers allowed, because you have a liquor store across the street and you have the Rite Aid, and within that large census tract there are quite a few, but that's fine, we can differ on that one, I think.
If you allow me to go to Councilmember Bredfield and then to Councilmember Carbasi with final clarifying motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question I had, so the hours of operation are going to be from when to when, Mike?
They're going to start at 6 a.m., which was in their application, but it's going, instead of going to 1 o'clock on Saturdays, it's just going to be midnight every day.
Midnight. And Council President, you expressed some reservation about the hours. What was your reservation about that?
My reservation is that in most of these incidents that we've seen, either of drive-by shootings or crime occur, is usually after 10 o'clock when people are buying alcohol in these establishments. So I wanted to point out that any establishment of this nature that operates after 10 o'clock and selling alcohol is going to have a higher likelihood of experiencing that level of crime. But I don't, as the council member from that area, I'd rather let the current council member Carbasi change any operational hours. I just want to point out that in my district, most of the incidents that have occurred after 10 o'clock in exactly these establishments while people are, as they say, nothing good happens after 10 o'clock at a liquor store or a gas station where alcohol is being sold. So I just wanted to make that a cautionary tale.
You had mentioned, though, about 6 in the morning. You were concerned about selling that early. Is that a concern?
Yes.
And again, I'm just trying to clarify, what is that concern about the 6 in the morning?
The 6 in the morning tends to be transient population and homeless population buying alcohol that early.
Okay.
It's very, in my district again, that's when we've seen the folks who spend midnight hours going through people's backyards, going through recyclables in the garbage can. They finally have enough money at 6 a.m., they're there buying alcohol. Before it used to be a single sale, now it's the 3-pack that they're buying, at the first, hour of operation. So again, it's just a cautionary tale. I've seen it in my district. The 6 a.m. tends to attract people who are trying to do the first consumption available. to
Nothing
the
ever
day.
comes good of drinking at 6 a.m., Mr. President.
Well, the 6 a.m., I want it to be consistent. I mean, the cannabis dispensaries, you can buy from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I don't think anybody has said don't start selling till 10 a.m. So for consistency, if you have that concern, we ought to have that concern with the dispensaries, because I imagine buying marijuana at 6 a.m. is probably the same thing related to alcohol at 6 a.m.
And that's a fair point. And the nice thing about the cannabis world is they will also require conditional use permit. So at that time, we can limit the hours of operation based on the evidence that we've seen. But nothing good happens when you're buying booze at 6 a.m. and nothing good happens after 10 p.m. So.
Okay. If only previous, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No,
If only previous councils offered this much scrutiny for a liquor store that was proposed in South Fresno generations ago. So with that, I'm going to restate the terms of my motion. I move to approve the project along with the CUP with the following restrictions. Even though they've agreed, we're going to make it very clear no single sales are allowed, ever. Alcohol sales cannot exceed 12 a.m. every day. No Amazon boxes will be permitted. And the applicant will work with the neighborhood on a mural or art project at the area. And just for the record, the applicant also addressed they are always available to the city in real time to respond to any blight issues, and they are open to potential upgrades for the adjacent neighbors that share the property line. Anything I missed?
I would just like clarification from that, Mike, on the mural and art project. How's that getting defined, and how would that be defined with the applicant?
Well, Councilmember Soria, when you did those things in your district, how did you work with this applicant to do those projects?
It was part of the design review committee, but I'd suggest, I think George has experience doing other projects outside. This one was in the Tower District, but I think he has experience doing others. So I would defer to him and to you working out and maybe setting up a community, group, a small, to get input.
Yeah, and I think we can do that. There is the Forgotten Fresno group that's very active. In fact, Ms. Bilios is the head of that group, and we can work with them as well to do something the neighborhood would like. So it is going to be just a little bit of work on our end, but it's something we're going to do. It's hard to clearly define that now.
All right, council, city clerk, there's been a motion with conditions. Legal counsel, do you have sufficient clarity on those conditions?
Along with the findings that were already mentioned, yes.
Correct. All right, with that, there's a motion, there's a second. We already went to the public on this, so we will go straight to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bertefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Aye.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
President Arias?
No. All right, council, we're going to go ahead and break up for lunch. Before we do that, I think we will go to break for lunch and then come back for closed session, council, at 2 o'clock, and then proceed with the rest of the council meeting agenda.
Council President.
2 o'clock. Yes, council member?
We have a 1:30 hearing on an item in my district I'd like to hear on time.
So would you like to come back at 1:30?
That'd be preferable if we could take that on.
All right,
And
then, council, we will be back at 1:30.
Great.
Thank you all. October 5th meeting at 1:34. The first item on the agenda for the afternoon is the 130 continued consideration for conditional use permit number P20-00545, located in the northwest corner of Cedar Avenue and East Tulare Street in District 7. Staff do have a presentation, after which we'll go for public comment, and then we'll come back to a dais for the council member, Esparzas.
Thank you. Hello again. Just wanted to point out on this particular project that's before you, it does not include alcohol. The proposal did not, the project did not propose any alcohol sales, strictly the convenience store, 7-Eleven and the service station project. With that, when you're ready for the presentation, Staff Planner Thomas Veach will be happy to provide the slide presentation on that.
Great. Thomas, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Veach with the Planning Department, and I'm here to present application P20-00545. It's for a 7-Eleven convenience store and service station on the northwest corner of Tulare and Cedar Avenue. And as was already stated, this request does not include a request for an ABC license. It's just strictly for the service station and convenience store. Okay, the district is zoned, the zoning is neighborhood mixed use. Do you have my slides? Or? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought my slides were available.
Do we have a presentation, City Clerk?
Oh, well, I thought you had it from last time, from when it wasn't continued. I thought someone said my slides were available.
Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll get the PowerPoint up.
Oh, sure, I'll be right back. Oh, okay.
All right, Council, we're going to take a 5-minute break to get the PowerPoint presentation up for the benefit of the public and the council.
Sorry about that.
No worries. This just happens all the time during COVID and virtual meeting settings. City Clerk, we got a call from Council Vice President. Can you resend him the phone number for closed session for this afternoon to the Council Vice President? And he will be joining us shortly as well for this item. So Thomas, you have the floor now.
Thank you. Okay, once again, I apologize for the delay. So this was conditional use permit P20-00545, and it's for a 7-Eleven service station on the corner, the northwest corner of Tulare and Cedar. A request for an alcohol license is not approved, and it's in a neighborhood mixed-use zone district.
President Arias, I'm on the line now. Got the
Great, thank you.
digit correct to call in. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
During the review process, a notice of intent to take action was mailed, and I received feedback from the community. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this is the zoning map and the site plan, and it just shows that the surrounding properties along Tulare and Cedar are all the same neighborhood mixed use along the road. Next slide, please. Okay, and as I mentioned, from the notice of intent to take action, I received feedback from the community. The neighborhood was just generally opposed to having another service station in the neighborhood. They were concerned about the proximity to the high school, any crime that could potentially occur. People were concerned of the fueling trucks and any potential danger if there was an accident from refueling the service station. They were concerned with the sale of tobacco products and the lack of fresh food, considering it was near the high school. And then some people declared the desire for a park to be constructed there. However, like reviewing per the development code, the project as proposed, as conditioned, complies with the development code, and so there was nothing to restrict there being a service station there. So the findings were made and attached as exhibit each to my council report, and the project was therefore approved by planning on July 26th, and then it was appealed by a neighbor on the 16th, and then the project was presented to the Planning Commission, and it was reviewed again, and then again the neighborhood had a chance to raise their concerns. It was approved by the Planning Commission, and then it was appealed by a council member, and that was to bring it here. And that concludes my presentation.
Council member, I'm going to go to you first before I go to public comment. Is there a motion you'd like to consider on this item?
Yeah, so you heard some of the background on the project from the planning department. We did come close to considering this last year. At that time, the applicant, I think, was asking for a CUP for type 20 alcohol sales there at the site. I was opposed then, not just because of that component, but even after the Planning Commission approved the project without the alcohol license. I took time to speak to the neighbors, and most folks who have taken an interest in the project have been opposed to it, and so my position has not changed, just fundamentally based on the land use and what the community is looking for. I understand that the project is compliant with our codes, regulations, and that the convenience store is certainly a use that is allowed there at that site. But I think what the community has been saying is that we don't want to just go beyond stopping alcohol. No one is asking for another convenience store, and so we want to go beyond just sort of stopping the bad and looking towards opportunities for sort of healthier developments within the community. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this project. That's the reason that I appealed it, just because we wanted to take a look and examine sort of the larger community impact of adding another convenience store. So again, I do recognize this conversation is not about alcohol or the license in particular. However, the potential for that to occur in the future when the project is directly across the street from Roosevelt High School is very concerning. And so, if I will not be supporting this project, but if council does end up approving this project, you can rest assured that beyond the already existing restrictions from the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, that I will also be introducing a text amendment to ensure that alcohol is never ever sold at this site, regardless of whether it's from this current applicant or a future applicant. I certainly want to do everything we can to prevent that from ever happening. So lock alcohol out and throw the key away is ultimately my goal here. But I'll also defer to Councilmember Chavez. We share the radius where this site is at. So I certainly do want to hear his thoughts. And before I do that, I will make a motion to deny the current CUP.
I'll second the motion. With that, allow me to go to the public for a public comment. Is there any member of the public wishing to address this item with the council? It is the proposed 7-Eleven convenient and gas station on Cedar and Tulare. Looks like we have a couple speakers. We will go to Larry Lopez. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. First of all, again, thank you for considering 7-Eleven with no alcohol. I know I am the athletic director over at Roosevelt High School, and that means a lot to us to maybe have another possibility for our kids to have some lunch and another option there on the corner, but at the same time, not have, the things that come along with alcohol sales within that radius with that location of the school. So I want to thank you guys for that, first of all, and the opportunity to speak. We are excited about the opportunity maybe working with 7-Eleven as a community partner to get a scoreboard over at Roosevelt High School on the main athletic field. Currently, we're one of 2 high schools in the district that do not have a scoreboard on our athletic field. And so Edison being the other. So we're really excited about maybe having this opportunity to partner up with 7-Eleven and maybe get something that would be beneficial for our population there at Roosevelt athletically. With a new scoreboard on our athletic field, it would allow us to play football games at home. Currently, we have to go to Sunnyside or McLean to play football, and because we don't have a scoreboard. It would also allow us to maybe, to have lacrosse games, soccer, and some of the other popular sports within our neighborhood to be able to play at home with a scoreboard being visible. Right now, everything's kept by hand as far as time. Also, the opportunity to have tournaments, maybe generate some revenue going forward. So cosmetically, I think it would look great on our campus. It would be probably something that would be placed on the north side of the school. Our community would be able to see it in every passing moment. It would give the final touches to our upgrades there at the school that we've been having lately, and put us in a position where our kids feel like they have the same kind of resources and facilities as people across town. So again, thank you for considering that, and that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Leanne Eager.
Yes, thank you. This is Leanne Eager, President and CEO of Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. And I just wanted to call in support of this project. We have been working with this applicant for, over a year now, maybe a year and a half, and looking at that corner and what could be put there that would enhance the area. They've changed the style quite a few times over the last year and a half, but if you've seen the pictures, it's going to be gorgeous, and certainly that's something that's needed in that area. In addition, he was very susceptible to the folks in the area and what it is that they wanted. So adding additional fresh food and fruit to ensure that the students and the neighbors had access to that when there wasn't any at the moment. And I know when we were on the call with previously, some folks had said, "Oh gosh, they're coming in and they're trying to buy their way in and give to the community." But that was something that was set up early on. This applicant plus 7-Eleven came in and said, when we come into your community, we want to give back to the community. We don't just want to take. We want to ensure that we're part of the community, the city of Fresno at large, but specifically this particular area, and asked what kinds of things do you think would benefit? And certainly Roosevelt High School came to mind first, and what they could do to help that high school. My dad was a coach there for many, many years, as I know Councilman Capriolio knows. So on behalf of Coach DiCarlo, I pitched Roosevelt High School to them, and they were absolutely in and said, we want to help the students, we want to help the community. And this 7-Eleven is not like the old 7-Elevens. This really is a place where people can come, buy food, buy fresh fruit, and hire the students in the area. So as
Thank you, Ms.
an
Eager.
economic developer, I support.
Thank you. Next person is Tony.
Thank you, Council Member, for giving me the opportunity to present this. I want to thank you. I am for the project. I understand Council Member Nelson his issues as well. He's got a community that he's got to represent. But I've been around that neighborhood and I've been driving. It's a very few neighbors that would be against that project. I believe reasoning for that might be because they take benefit of the lot, and a lot of times that lot is nothing been but a nuisance to the city's code enforcement and to the city itself, because there's always sort of like a flea market that's been going there for over 20 years, 30 years. People are selling their stuff, they're parking their cars. It's about time something needs to be done. We shouldn't hold this improvement for the city at this time. We need to get something on it, and this is a great improvement. And I can tell you, SKW has done great jobs with their other projects in the city as well. This is not something a fly-by investor that's going to come by and leave us. He's for real. These guys are for real. They're here to stay. And with the school being benefited, in the community that's right in front, I mean, what else can we ask for? This would be probably within that 2-mile radius, the newest building that's there, or something that's been ever be developed. Why hold back now? We need to improve it. We need to be able to get the neighborhoods even involved into it, and these neighbors are selling there. Why would they agree to have something there? They make $200-300 a month from there. If I lived there, I wouldn't want something there.
Thank you, Tony.
Otherwise, that lot would sit there forever.
Thank you. All right, I think we've heard from 3 individuals who are outside the neighborhood expressing that the neighborhood needs this store. I think the applicant is here, so you want to address the council? You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. My name is Bonique Emerson. I work for Precision Civil Engineering, and I represent the project applicant, SKW Tulare LLC. And before I get started, I was hoping that I can have more than 3 minutes because I have a presentation.
I will default to the council member of that area if you'd like to give you the additional time. Councilmember Esparza?
Maybe 5.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
go fast then. Okay, I'm here before you today to talk about a proposed 7-Eleven market located on the northwest corner of Cedar and Tulare Avenues at 4151 East Tulare Avenue. Next slide. Before I talk about the project, here's this aerial photo, northwest corner. Next slide. Before I talk about the project, I want to talk a little bit about the existing conditions on the site. You heard from another person in support of the project that the site is currently being used for illegal uses. The lot has been vacant for 30 to 40 years, and these are pictures of the site as of October 19th. Next slide. So the site is currently being used for non-permitted outdoor sales, big rig truck parking, used car sales, and just general vagrancy. And code enforcement has issued citations at this location. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed project. So as you know, the project is proposing a convenience retail store, which is permitted by right in this zone district. There is a service station that's also being requested that's permitted through a conditional use permit. Again, this has been said multiple times, but alcohol sales are not proposed at this site. And the project was approved by staff. All code requirements are met and all findings of approval can be made. And the project was also unanimously approved by Planning Commission. Next slide. So the proposed project is a $4 million investment into the neighborhood, and over $500,000 was spent on the design work to ensure neighborhood compatibility. And the store will also offer healthy food options for students and residents in the neighborhood. Next slide. So I'm just going to talk about a little bit about those food options. There will be a bakery aisle that'll have bread, hot dog buns, and breakfast pastries. Also, there's nuts and seeds and other healthy snacks that are available. And the business will also have locally sourced fresh fruit and vegetables to meet neighborhood needs. Next slide. The fresh food selection also includes cut fruit, salad, fresh sandwiches, hummus, yogurt, etc. And then I also want to point out that the developer fully supports the views of City Council that were discussed a few weeks ago regarding the need for healthy and fresh foods to be available at convenience markets. Next slide. And just to touch on that a little bit more, the developer does understand and supports the council's movement to create neighborhood market criteria, and 7-Eleven has been moving in the direction of providing fresh fruits and vegetables as well as healthy food choices, and 7-Eleven looks forward to participating in this process of establishing healthy food standards for neighborhood markets in the city of Fresno. Next slide. So now I just want to touch on the architecture because a lot of work was put into the architecture of this building. So the architecture is meant to replicate some of the features found in buildings at Roosevelt High School. So as you can see, there's an example. Top picture is Roosevelt High School. The bottom picture is the proposed 7-Eleven. The proposed building features tile roof, prominent tower, and corner entrance windows, and an awning along cedar. The facade is enhanced with architectural details, including enhanced materials. And these details eliminate blank walls along the street frontage, providing a pleasant pedestrian experience. Next slide. Also, in keeping with the commercial development along Tulare, the site was designed to bring the building to the lot line, which is actually required by the code, but the building really does try and replicate what's going on across the street. So as you can see, the picture on the bottom is right across the street on Tulare. The site was designed so that the building, rather than the parking lot, is the prominent feature on the site, and the corner entrance allows access from the sidewalk similar to the other commercial uses in the area. And these features make this layout more pedestrian-friendly than is a typical convenience store. Next slide. So I also want to point out other features to enhance the site. One is there's a low wall and dense landscaping along Tulare that will screen the parking lot and the pumps. And in addition to this, over 3,200 square feet of landscaping on the site is being provided. As you can see, that top image there shows the site landscaping, and it is much more landscaping than other developments in the area. Next slide. So as you heard from some of the other supporters, the developer really wants to be a neighborhood partner. The developer has been working with the Roosevelt High School athletic director to fund a new scoreboard at the high school, and the developer has made every effort with the building design and site layout to ensure the project adds value to the neighborhood. Next slide. So this is a rear elevation of the building or the site showing the landscape screen wall along Tulare Avenue. Next slide. This is a rear view of the fuel canopy. You can see the landscaping and how it's screened from the street. Next slide. And this is another front elevation view of the building. This is taken from the corner of Cedar and Tulare. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. I'm here, back one. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, and also the developer, SKW Tulare LLC, Sid, is on the phone if you have any additional questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping that under 5 minutes. Council, we've gone through public comment. We'll now bring it back to the dais. Is there any questions from the council for the applicant? Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yes, Bonnie. So is that definite that this developer of the 7-Eleven is going to be building the scoreboard for Roosevelt?
He's helping to fund, and he's on the line if you
Okay.
want to
Well,
ask
maybe he can
specific
address
questions.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Sid?
I heard from Mr. Lopez, and it sounds like that's happening. I just want to be clear that that is in fact happening in what he's doing. So maybe somebody can speak
Yes,
to that.
Sid on the line.
This is Sid Weiner speaking. Yes, we are committed to funding that, obviously if the project goes forward.
Okay, and then staff, is there staff? Oh.
Thomas.
Thomas?
Allow us to disinfect really quick, Thomas.
Oh.
Or Thomas, you can get on that microphone onto your left.
Before you go forward, I just want to be clear, what we committed to was a contribution of $30,000 to the scoreboard.
Okay.
And we don't know, that might be more than enough to do more than the scoreboard, or it might be barely enough for the scoreboard, or it might be a few dollars more, but we think we're right in the ballpark, and we are committed to that.
Okay, and is Mr. Lopez from the school still on?
I think Mr. Lopez is coach.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, does that do you know if that covers the scoreboard? I'm just curious.
Right now, the estimate that I got, the first estimate for the scoreboard was $24,000, but the roadblock we're hitting right now is going to be the installation for the scoreboard. So it's going to be definitely more than probably the $30,000 that's on the table right now. But I'm hoping that I'm trying to work out another way to see if we can come to some consensus on being able to have the installation done as well.
Okay.
And we're hoping, if it's a couple $1,000s more, it won't be a problem. We're glad to fund it.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, on that. And so I just want to get back. So this project is consistent with the general plan, the downtown neighborhood community plan, is in compliance with the Fresno Municipal Code, and is compatible with all the existing and proposed uses in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it was conditioned to comply with the code and my original conditions of approval.
Okay. And they're not selling liquor?
No,
okay.
The application didn't include, they would have had to apply for a separate CUP just for the alcohol use.
And they're bringing fresh fruit and food, which is clear, that was shown, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is a lot that's been vacant, I guess 30 or 40 years. A lot of illegal uses, as the picture shows. The developer's making a $4 million investment. He's helping with a scoreboard. I'm going to support it. It makes sense. It's something I think is going to be very helpful for the neighborhood. So I will definitely support this project. Looks like it'll be a fantastic project for the neighborhood.
Councilmember Carbasi, have we concluded?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Thomas. Quick question for you. With the 7-Eleven, and maybe the applicant can answer that question, are there multiple entrances, and are they going to keep both entrances open or close one off?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to check with the applicant. Okay. I believe it's 2, but
there are 2 entrances.
Okay. And are they going to be both open, or are they going to want to be closed off and open for being pedestrian friendly? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I believe they're both going to be open. That's what the reason we had them was based on staff recommendation.
The reason why I asked that question is sometimes they could be built with both entrances, but then they end up closing one off, and then it's...
No, that's not the plan.
Got it. Appreciate that. Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
Mr. President, I was punched up.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. Councilmember, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with some of the sentiments that were shared by my neighboring council colleague Nelson. I think him and I both received a number of calls and concerns, and I want to make sure that they, were able to voice their opinions. And I just want to provide some context, as I think this is what we're going to have to deal with, where we have applicants that have been in the pipeline for a little while now, before we started with the RNMA legislation. And now we've essentially, shifted direction. We changed the rules on them. So I think we're going to have to deal with this. I want to classify those responses I got from residents into two groups. I think there was universal consensus on not having liquor and alcohol there. That was actually one of the biggest points of contention in the initial comments that I received. And the applicant has agreed to withdraw that. We appreciate that. The other group of folks were neighbors that live in the area that don't want to see the continued blight. I happen to live a couple of blocks from there, and so I've turned that area in a number of times for encampments, for illegal dumping, a number of issues that have occurred there. And so we have, I think, an opportunity here to work with an applicant that wants to come and invest. And when we started the RNMA conversation, it was due to the saturation of liquor licenses. That's not the case here. But I also want to paint a picture for residents and the folks that don't know that area and the conversation about parks. Right across the street in the area that I represent, across from Tulare, we actually have two parks in that area. One is actually a block long that runs along the edge of Tulare, Veru from 10th to 11th. And I know because we get calls from our Roosevelt counselors and teachers that the kids hang out there, in the springtime and in the fall. And then we also have another pocket park right across the street on 9th and Tulare that's right by the bus station. So I want to make sure that folks understand that, we have those amenities there. And if that was the direction that we were going and we had money to build those, I think that would also work. But I want to make sure that we're painting the complete picture. So along those lines of cleaning up the area, and I was happy to hear that the applicant is willing to work with the Roosevelt folks. As many of you know, I'm a Roosevelt grad, proud Rough Rider, and all the investments that we can get into that area will be obviously very, very helpful. But I want to actually ask a question to the applicant because I think we're right in the middle of a transition. I heard the phrases, healthy options, fruits and vegetables, and I saw some of the drawings there that they have of what this model would look like. I'm open to supporting this if they commit to working with us on outlining what the design and what the functionality of a true neighborhood market would look like. And so I want to ask the applicant if they would be agreeable to that.
Yeah, I'm glad to, and I'd like to also address your comment about the parks across the street. We're 100% committed, both myself as a developer looking to do many more developments, in your community, and I've also spoken to 7-Eleven as well. And we heard what was said by City Council regarding trying to, upgrade the quality of food options in the neighborhood, and both myself and 7-Eleven are committed to not only on this store, but working with the city to establish a standard for convenience stores that is positive, that's value add for the community. And again, just to show that we are here to stay and that we, I understand money's not everything, but we believe in putting our money where our mouth is. Just as another, token of our desire to be a good neighbor, I'd like to offer a one-time donation of $5,000 towards maintaining the parks across the street so that we can, again, further upgrade the neighborhood a little bit. I mean, it's not much, but every little bit helps, I think.
No, and I appreciate that from the applicant. I think we'll be able to help you get with our Parks Department on the Adopt a Park program. But it's like the neighborhood there, has had this lot vacant for a number of years. I remember when I was a student there, it's been vacant for, I want to say over 30 years. So it's important to have these partnerships, and I appreciate you coming forward and stepping up What about the opportunities for giving some of the students that go to school there, maybe some internship opportunities or some jobs for our youth?
I can't promise that because, I don't own the store. I'm just the landlord. I will discuss it with 7-Eleven today. My guess is that they would be open to it, but again, I just don't want, I can't promise that, but I would have to believe that that's a possibility.
Sure. No, and look, you've received the emails from residents, and I think what residents don't want is they don't want an empty lot. They don't want a place where, sketchy activity goes on. They also didn't want liquor, and we appreciate you withdrawing that, component of this project. And the main thing I just want to make sure that we have, on the record is that you're going to be a good tenant and they're going to keep it clean, and that area will not become a magnet for issues. And I want to make sure that, folks understand that.
That commitment I could give you, I could tell you that there will be a no graffiti policy on the building where if there were to be any graffiti on the building, 7-Eleven's committed to taking it down within 24 hours. I can personally say that I'll do everything that I can, and we're just trying to do everything we can to show that we are willing to be good neighborhood partners. And
No, and I appreciate that. What about working with our local arts council, Sid, with regards to perhaps having some of the youth have a mural there and incorporating some of that artwork into the design? Would you be agreeable to that?
Again, I would have to run that by 7-Eleven. I personally am agreeable to it.
Okay, all right.
And if we don't do it on the building here, I'm glad to work with them on, whether it's other local projects I'm working on or other ways to help, add artistic element to the community.
Yeah, and the main thing we want to just make sure that you understand, Sid, is, we have a lot of folks that come into the neighborhoods and, want to build stuff. I think what you can kind of see here now is we want partnerships with those folks, with the community, and integrating that. And I think that's where, we've actually landed on, where we can have these partnerships with schools, we can have these partnerships with organizations, and more importantly, with residents that want investment done in their community, but they want it done right. And we appreciate you working with us on removing the alcohol and liquor component on that. That was actually very helpful for a lot of the residents that ended up calling me, where, they do want these amenities, but they don't want that, products or goods to be sold at. With that, and I think, Councilmember Esparza, you and I worked on a lot of different projects. I think we're going to be on the opposite end of this one, and I like to make a motion to approve the project, however procedurally that would work. City Attorney, if you could advise us on how that would work.
And I'll second that.
We already have pending a main motion to deny the CUP, so we would have to dispose of that motion first.
So, Council, let me remind you first, we have to vote on the first motion, but we still have questions to consider from the Council. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Vice President Capriolio on the phone first, and then Councilmember Butterfield on the dais.
Thank you, Council President. It's interesting. So I respect both my colleagues. They both have different opinions. So I guess that means we should abstain until they work it out. But of course, we can't do that. It's been thoroughly discussed. I think all my questions have been answered. I wanted to add that, listen to Leanne Eager. I wanted to thank her and her team for all the business development they do, not only in that area, but in the entire city of Fresno, as well as the county. So, Leanne, you and your team, keep up your good work. We need all the industry, business, entrepreneurs we can in our community. And likewise, I'm a Roosevelt graduate. I appreciate the applicants' efforts to support my high school. And I think it was a vacant lot when I was there too, but I'm not sure if history goes back that far. Anyway, thank you all for everything that's been discussed. I think we're ready to vote, and I'd be supporting the project. Thank you.
Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah, I just, I know the intentions are well, but I want to caution this council. I'm feeling uncomfortable with some of the way this discussion is going. We have an applicant, a developer, who I guess prior to coming here today has committed to commit $30,000 to a scoreboard, which is phenomenal. That's fantastic. Support that. But as we're sitting here, we are asking him, will he commit, or he, I guess, offered to commit money to clean parks for $5,000. Then we're asking him, will he do youth internships? Then we're asking him, will he do mural and artwork? And I think that's, one, I think it's unseemly. Two, I think it's wrong. The man comes, whoever comes, man, woman, whoever comes before us with a prospective business, I don't think we should be hitting them up here because we hold a lot of power over their project. And what if they don't want to do it? And yet they meet all the requirements. What if they don't want to do a mural art project? What if they don't want to do youth internship programs? What if they just want to meet the requirements, pay their fees, and open up a business in the neighborhood, and out of the kindness of their heart, they already committed $30,000 to a scoreboard? And I don't know, City Attorney, you may want to comment on this.
Hey, Council Member Bredefeld,
Yes.
I just want to clarify with the comments, because I never asked the gentleman for anything, you know, especially with the parks. As you heard, he offered.
I agree.
And that's great if he wants to do that, but that's completely his prerogative. I think the answers he gave was, you know, he'd check with 7-Eleven and see if that works, and if it does, great. If not, that's okay too.
No, I don't mean any criticism of you, Councilmember Chavez. I know where you're coming from is a good place. I think we just, and I honestly, sincerely mean that, I just think we have to be very cautious that we have a lot of power up here to approve a project or deny a project, and I think even the questioning of some of these things are a cost to somebody, and we need to be careful in terms of the fact that we do have a lot of power here, and people are coming before us asking to get a project approved where they've invested lots of money, and even though we're well-intentioned and the question is well-intentioned, I think we need to be very cautious and mindful of the power we're wielding up here as people are coming before us with projects to get approved. That's all I'm saying. And maybe, City Attorney, is there anything you want to, or can add to this?
I would say this.
I appreciate your concerns, Councilmember Bredefeld. You know, I think that's legitimate just in terms of cautioning. I will remind everyone here that the applicant is very welcome to build the nice building, 7-Eleven. They are entitled to that. It's a by right use and to operate the convenience store. They are not entitled to alcohol. They are not entitled to the gas pump CUP. So I want to remind everyone of that they can't. I mean, they are able to conduct business and go about and use that property. You know, here we're discussing the add-ons that they're requesting.
Did you want to add anything, City Attorney? No.
That the items that are being discussed, as far as the contributions, they're not directly related to the project. They're not CEQA mitigation measures. The council really shouldn't consider those as part of the consideration of this CUP, and the council could not condition those items on approval of the CUP.
Okay. And I want to be clear. This was absolutely no criticism towards my colleague, Councilmember Chavez, who I've said many times before I have admiration and complete respect for. I'm speaking to us as a general body here, that I think we just need to be mindful of that. There's lots of needs in all of our neighborhoods. We want to get people, as they say, to partner. I think we just need to be careful as we're discussing those kinds of things. That's my intention. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, I think Councilmember Bredefeld made a good point, and I do appreciate that. This kind of came up earlier today in the conversation about the project for Barstow and Grantland. And I think it's good to learn. This is a learning experience because I never thought about the mural concept, but I know that the RDA and our Economic Development Department actually worked with that developer to do a mural in a project they had in downtown. And what I'd rather have is, if we're going to talk about these things, because in that case it wasn't all by right, the CUP was up to the council. I'm glad that we're actually having these conversations here out in the open where people can chime in and we're with the full body. What I don't want is those conversations happening behind the scenes. So I think there's a big advantage to doing that all in the public, and I appreciate that we share that commitment to transparency. So just to clarify, the Planning Commission did approve this project. Was that a unanimous vote? Can someone answer that? Thomas? Sorry to make you come all the way back up here.
I can help answer the vote. Rena,
Oh, yeah, Rena, thank you.
Right here. The vote was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas, the vote was 5-0. There was one abstention and one absence.
Okay. Okay. Great. I want to compliment Councilmember Esparza for a point that he made about wanting to bring forward a text amendment to deny alcohol from ever being served at that location. And I'd like to work with you on that if you need any help. Regarding another issue that came up, this is one of my biggest concerns. I thought I heard something earlier. One of the reasons why I voted against the RNMA is because I worry about it being used as a tool from people who, Thomas, I'm good, thank you, used as a tool by folks who see it as an opportunity to be anti-growth and without meaning to being anti-jobs. That's just what happens, because in my opinion, empty lots don't create jobs, they just create opportunities for blight. I'm glad to see that there are individuals who support this project. They're sensitive to the architectural design of Roosevelt, but I didn't go to Roosevelt. I wasn't as lucky as Councilmember Chavez. I'm 1/4 Knight, 3/4 Golden Eagle. So anyways, with that moving forward, I feel comfortable moving forward, supporting a project for the convenience store without alcohol.
All right, Council, there's no other questions. I do have some questions for the applicant that
Yes.
are not related to billboards or parks, but the context of your application. What is the proximity of other convenience stores and gas stations to your proposed project?
Well, there are no gas stations on this corner.
That's not my question, it's proximity.
No,
not
that was the beginning of my answer. I believe, I don't have a map in front of me, but I believe the nearest gas station is somewhere between a half mile and a mile away. So I don't think concentration of gas stations is really, an issue here. And your other question was?
Do you know the proximity to convenience stores and gas stations to your project?
Gas stations I spoke to, and convenience stores I do not know.
I'd like some specifics for the record. What's the proximity to other convenience stores and gas stations to this project?
So, Bonique Emerson again, to gas stations, about a half mile is the closest.
And how many gas stations are within that proximity?
Oh, no, I didn't include the map as part of the presentation. I know there's one on Cedar and Ventura, and I think the other one is the other direction on Cedar North. Each one is about a half mile.
Okay. And what about convenience stores?
We didn't look specifically at convenience stores because there's a lot of small markets, and there's not really a definition other than convenience retail. There's a lot of small grocery stores, small markets. So when you say convenience stores, there may be there's many small grocery stores in that area.
Okay. City Attorney, is this considered a food desert, this area?
I don't know. We can
Rena,
check.
do we know?
Rena?
Does it work? We haven't looked into that issue, so I'd really need to have planning pull some of the numbers on the location distances to other establishments.
I'm pretty familiar with the area, as Councilmember Chavez and Esparza are, and I recall there's several gas stations on Ventura and Cedar. In that corridor, there's several grocery stores. In that corridor, there's convenience stores across the street from this proposed project. So it seems to me that there's an abundance of these services in that area. What are operationally, what what time do you plan to operate this project? What is the conditional use permit for operation hours?
Bonique, I believe it's a 24-hour convenience store gas station.
And while you're looking for that, Monique, to confirm also, what precautions are you planning to take since you'll be across the street from a high school of 2,500 kids? Are you planning to, what's your minimum staffing of that operation? As a former school guy, most of our fights broke out across the street from the high school at a convenience store after school and before school. So how are you planning to operate this facility during those peak hours?
I will be the landlord, not the operator. So I can't specifically answer that question.
Who's going to be the actual operator?
A 7-Eleven franchisee.
Is that person yet identified?
I'm not aware either way.
Monique?
So it's 12, sorry, what was it again? 24 hours a day.
24
7
hours?
days a week is the proposal included in the operational statement.
And does, at what point do you determine, since you have not determined who's actually going to operate the facility, what limits or ability do we have to correct any, lack of effective operations, since we don't know who the operator is going to be yet?
So 7-Eleven has specific policies that relate to, they send in spot checks to make sure that their franchisees are abiding by, the rules that are put in place to protect the neighborhood people. And it's extremely potentially penal if the franchisee violates those standards. They can actually lose the franchise and several $100,000 they have invested in it. So there's certainly a reason for them to follow through on that.
So who does the city hold accountable for operational matters? Is that the operator or the developer who's presenting this project today?
I would assume, depending on what type of things you're speaking of, more than likely in terms of day-to-day things, it would be the operator.
The operator. Okay. Those are all my questions from the application, and let me just give you some of my concerns overall. When these projects are proposed by developers, it's usually never the operator who's proposing this project. It's always a developer, with later to be determined who the operator is going to be. When the Chevron was proposed in the Tower District, there was commitments made to nuisance, to graffiti, to blight, to level of maintenance, and we haven't seen that. When the 7-Eleven across the street from this building was proposed, there was commitments made. And in the last 2 weeks, we've had a human excrement on that property, and every day we have an abundance of garbage, blight, and nuisance. And the applicant who's running the facility was not the person who proposed it, nor the person who made the promises to keep it clean and well maintained and operated. I've seen personally a Chevron and a Johnny Quick in my district with the promise of high standards. I've seen a 7-Eleven right across the street in my district with this promise of high standards, but operationally, there isn't any follow-through. And we find ourselves having to deal with the operator because at that point, the developer walked away from the project and those promises were never kept. So for that reason, since I don't know who the applicant's going to be in this case, and I don't have a commitment from the actual operator, on this operation, I'm not going to be able to be supportive, because when folks get up there and promise a billboard, that's great for the school. But for the record, Fresno Unified pays for all billboards at all high schools. That is a Fresno Unified responsibility, not a applicant's responsibility. To my council colleague Bredefield's point, I think it's dangerous grounds when we start asking business applicants to pay for public facilities. It is fundamentally the responsibility of the school district. If they want a digital billboard, it should not be the responsibility of the applicant. If they're doing it for charitable reasons, great. But I'm most concerned with their commitment to operate their facilities as they promised, not simply cutting a charitable check and then walking away from their fiduciary duty to make that neighborhood whole. So for that reason, since I don't know who's going to operate the facility and I'm not getting their commitment, I'm not going to be supportive of this application. But with that, we have a motion to deny the CUP. It's been seconded by myself. We can do a roll call. And if the
Council
motion
President,
fails,
did we get the competing motion on the record?
yes, we're going to go to it afterwards, Councilmember. So we'll first take the motion to deny the CUP, and then we'll go with.
Mr. President, I have a question before for the applicant or the developer. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I have a question about two things. Number one, you are going to be the landlord, correct?
Correct.
So, and the Council President makes a good point, but you, when it came to the scoreboard, and I hope the coach is still on there, did you offer to do that, or how did that happen exactly with the scoreboard?
Well, as Leanne mentioned on when she spoke earlier, I tried to work, with the city from the very beginning when I started on this project, and I sat down with this economic development team and Leanne and asked, what could I do to be a good neighbor? Give me a suggestion, because I don't live in the community, and geographically I am an outsider, but I don't want to be viewed that way. I want to be a community partner. So I asked her, what can I do? And her first thought is, well, Roosevelt High School. And so then we started talking, I said, well, what can I do? And I'm not sure exactly how it ended up going to the athletic department, but that's how the whole thing initiated. I made a general request to Leanne to help me find ways that I could be a good neighbor, and it led us to Roosevelt High School.
So just to be clear then, this was initiated, the initial process was initiated by you. It was not a council member or anyone?
Nobody came to me.
Okay. And then is the coach still there? I'm sorry, I forgot his last name. Mr. Lopez? Mr. Lopez, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And I think you said this before. Does Roosevelt currently have a scoreboard?
No, we don't. We're one of two high schools left in the district that do not have a scoreboard. It's us and Edison.
And how?
And I share your pain as far as district responsibility. Believe me, I've been at Roosevelt for 10 years now, and it's taken us 10 years to get certain things at Roosevelt. So when it was, brought up that, there could be a partnership and an opportunity, I was very excited about the opportunity. But at the same time, I do understand, and that's where I'm trying to get to a point where I'm like, if we can get, X amount of dollars from a partnership with 7-Eleven, and, are you willing as a district to meet us halfway and maybe do the installation? So I'm working on that. That's something that I really feel like if we're going to call it a true partnership, it should be the district kind of meeting us halfway. But, unfortunately, sometimes things aren't equally dubbed out in our district. And, but, so I saw it as an opportunity for us to get something that would be great for our community.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but do you know I know it's one of our oldest high schools. How old is Roosevelt High School?
It was 1928 is when it was built. We're the second oldest high school in Fresno County, or Fresno.
Those are all my questions, Coach. The reason why I ask is, I agree with the concern about if we're going to say that maybe Fresno Unified should have been doing this. Well, it's been almost 100 years and they haven't. So it doesn't change my vote one way or the other whether they do this or not. I think it's a nice bonus, but I think it's great that you're finding a creative way to get that scoreboard put in. So that's all I have.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll go to Councilmember Chavez and then Soria.
Yeah, thank you, President. I just want to make sure that, we clarify, because there seems to be a lot of innuendo that's being tossed around, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that, the applicant, I've never had a conversation with the applicant about any requirements or anything like that. I was not privy to the conversation about the boards that they were talking about installing. And I just want to provide some context because I was the school board member of that area for 4 years, where we made millions of dollars in improvements to that area with new fields, with a new pool, with a new plaza, with revamping our classrooms, with the new addition of a science and technology building. And so I want to make sure that, you know, the public understands and that the record's clear that we also have our boosters club that are always looking for opportunities. And I want to make sure that we draw a parallel to that because this whole conversation of, oh, we're asking them to do this and we're asking them to do that. This whole body voted for a public project labor agreement that had some requirements about being partners with our local folks and putting people back to work. Every single council member up there voted for it. And when we go into these conversations, these are the same conversations that we've had with our partners in Amazon and Ulta, where we often criticize them because they say they're not doing enough for our community. And this is a perfect example of how somebody can come and invest in our community, but also partner with our community and be a true partner in supporting our kids, supporting our families, supporting our people that we want to get back to work. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on what this is and what this is not, because we're going to go through a number of conversations. And one of the main things we need to be is consistent. And I plan on being consistent with regards to that approach, whether it's a big company or somebody. I want them to be partners in our community and I want them to support. We're not going to obviously, you know, be in a position to require that all the time, but I think our neighborhoods deserve that. They deserve people coming in and investing and being true partners. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what is being said, because I think we're going to have a couple of these conversations coming up soon here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for the reminder that Roosevelt has not been left behind. It's been almost completely renovated, and this city just approved a $500 million bond for Fresno Unified. So my understanding has always
President,
been... Yes, give me a second.
I have my hand raised, if you could
give me a
allow
second.
me.
My understanding has always been that they first renovate the fields and then the scoreboards are the last ones to go up. With that, Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. You know, I've been listening to the conversation from the different stakeholders and the council members that represent the neighborhoods that will be impacted positively, negatively by the development. But I want to make clear, I think that one, the developer has heard the community and has seen where the council is going in the direction with the responsible neighborhood market ordinance, and they've clearly, you know, decided to forego their alcohol permit, which I think is commendable in the sense that they're listening. Second of all, I do kind of want to echo what Councilmember Chavez mentioned. This isn't when we ask certain things about the design or, you know, amenities and so forth, it's nothing different than when a developer brings a track map and a project forward. We generally make changes to them and request them because we best know the neighborhood and their needs. And we do this every single day. You know, when we approve the gas station in the South Tower area with George Bill a few years ago, we went through a whole design review process. And they ended up designing a gas station that fit the neighborhood in terms of the architecture. And I think that those are great things that we're able to do with our developers. And that is part of our job. That is, we have the role of land use policy and, you know, how things will impact our neighborhood. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that that is what we have been doing. And I don't see that, you know, an issue with that. I think similarly, what I'm grateful for is that the developer took that to heart and actually applied it to his project by making sure that it looked like Roosevelt. And, you know, I don't want to get into also the issue Council President brought up, you know, well, we don't know the operator and the operator may be bad. For every bad operator, I can name a good operator. And so, you know, I don't want to get into or make it seem to the public that these folks are bad operators, because I don't think that that's the case. There are many good operators. I have a 7-Eleven in my district on Clinton and Fruit, and they have a neighborhood library because the kids in that neighborhood, the library is too far. And so they have a reading program that is actually being conducted out of the 7-Eleven. And I think that's commendable. Those are like the partnerships that we like to see. So I'm glad that the developer is taking time to get to know the community, to want to be a partner, whatever he may decide. The fact that he's demonstrating, in my opinion, that there's willingness to make sure that he not just builds a building and he jets out, but that he is thoughtful about the type of investment that he's making in the city of Fresno. And so for those reasons, I'm supportive of seeing the development in this neighborhood. I think that it's going to change the neighborhood in a positive way. So just wanted to make those comments before the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add, I agree with many comments. I mean, I think the difference of what Councilmember Soria is saying, you know, where they want to do some kind of study or library or helping the kids, that's fantastic. But that's generally after a project's been there, somebody's been there, they approach somebody. It's different than when somebody's coming before us and we hold a lot of power over them. And I think, you know, as a body, I think we just need to be cautious and sensitive to that, and be careful about asking them to do, you know, mural projects and spend money on this and all of that. I mean, these are all relevant things, and some things that they may want to do and some things they may not want to do, but because we're up here and deciding the fate of their project, they may feel the pressure to do something they really don't want to do. And so I think we just need to keep it focused on the project, and we can certainly condition things to their project that are project specific and related to the land use or something related to that project. But we just need to be very, very cautious, and I appreciate the comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And just from my perspective, whatever promises, commitments the developer and or the operator make, they should keep. So if you promise not to be a nuisance and to maintain your property, if you're going to put in this beautiful landscape, maintain the landscape. If you look across the street, the landscape across the street has not been maintained. So that's my concern. And it's all these projects are conditional use permits that people are asking. And when they commit to those conditions, my hope is that they keep it.
Mr. President.
With that, can I just call for the vote?
That's what I was going to, yeah, thank you.
All right. The motion is to deny the conditional use permit. It's been seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
No.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Nope.
Councilmember Soria? You're muted.
Councilwoman. Councilwoman, we have not heard your vote.
Said no, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Go ahead.
What's your vote?
Councilwoman, you have to leave it long enough where we can hear your vote.
Okay, I said no.
Thank you. Council Vice President Capriolio?
No.
President Arias?
Yes. The motion fails. We will entertain a new motion.
Motion to approve?
The motion to
Councilmember
approve by
Chavez,
Member
you wanna restate
Bredesfield.
it?
Is there a second for motion to approve?
I have that actually.
I think Councilmember.
That was already on the record, Council
Right.
Yes,
President.
I've got
I'm sorry.
Chavez
Right,
as
and I
the
seconded
motion
it.
maker and Soria as the second
Okay.
to approve
All
the
right.
project.
Motion to approve the project by Member Chavez, seconded by Member Soria. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Nay.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
Council President Arias?
No.
5-2.
Motion carries 5-2. You have your conditional use permit for your convenience store and gas station, and all the concerns have been recorded for the record. So we'll move on to the next item.
Yeah, and Council President, I'll reinforce my what I said at the beginning. I hope when I bring forth a text amendment at one of these following meetings that the council will fully support that text amendment so that we can ensure that, although alcohol is not being proposed there now, that alcohol is never sold at that site. Thank you.
Thank you. I would agree that a lot of these applicants are going to come back years later asking for booze, but let's hope for the best and plan for the worst. All right, council. With that, I think we're ready for our 3 o'clock item, but we are too early, so we'll take a 15-minute break and return at 3 o'clock.
Can we go to closed session or no?
No, it's 15 minutes, Councilwoman. See you in 15. Council Member Chavez, Esparza, Soria, are you ready?
Yes.
Councilwoman Soria? All right, folks. For those of you who don't fit upstairs, there's room upstairs, or we have to have you at the foyer waiting. So you can sit in any one of these seats that have the covering. Again, thank you all for joining us and adhering to our CDC guidelines so that we keep everyone safe. All right, Council, we'll go ahead and proceed with this item. Councilmember Chavez and I requested this item be put on the agenda after the summit that we hosted with the young people of Fresno to hear directly from them and our residents in our neighborhood about what can be done in the short term and long term to curb the level of crime and violence in our city. As you all are aware, there's been a significant increase during this pandemic. Law enforcement has done their part in responding to it and having a temporary reduction, but it's now on us as policymakers and as community leaders and residents to identify short-term and long-term strategies to ensure that the crime continues to decrease, and more importantly, the young people of our city have the support services they need to excel and not have to engage in these kind of activities. So we've asked one of our partners in that summit, Faith in the Valley, to not only moderate and facilitate the summit, but to also ensure that the voices of young folks and residents were included in the process. So this workshop today is about hearing from them. They will provide us a summary of the summit and some recommendations that the council can consider, funding and prioritizing as we pursue the next steps in this work. With that, I will turn over to the first speaker, Marcel. And for the audience who's joined us here today for the first time, after every speaker, the podium will be sanitized, so just give us a few seconds between speakers. But when you're at the podium, you don't have to wear a mask. So do it without a mask. Yes. When you address the council, please remove your facial mask. That way we can hear you clearly, and more importantly, the public can hear you as we transmit on the internet and on television. And know that you're fully protected, and we're protected, and we'll continue to sanitize the podiums after every speaker. So with that, Marcel, the PowerPoint is up. You have the floor.
Thank you. Council President, I'm on board as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice President. Before we go to you, Marcel, Councilmember Chavez, would you like to say anything before the item begins?
Yeah, just real briefly, I'm more interested in listening to what they have to say, but I just want to thank all the organizations that showed up, especially the young folks. I had some follow-up conversations with them, and I think the best way to describe that conversation was a little bit uncomfortable at times, but we got uncomfortable together, and it was very productive to where they were very specific and intentional about what they were requesting, and to me that has a lot of value for us policymakers, because I think whatever we do with this to me is the first step in that long conversation of consistently relooking at strategies and initiatives with the input of young folks that are on the front lines at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Comments? Marcel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Marcel Woodruff. I'm a leader with Faith in the Valley and also Advanced Peace Fresno. So I'm going to give you guys a summary of what happened, I think it was last Wednesday at the fairgrounds, a brief analysis, and I want to also create a space for young people who were there, who helped to organize the event, to give their testimony and their feedback as well from what happened at that event. So can we go to the next slide? So on October 28th, a group of roughly 50 highly impacted youth and residents met at the fairgrounds with community leaders and elected officials, and the purpose of the meeting was to address the rise in gun violence in Fresno. Community leaders and city officials provided, we provided an analysis as to why we believe those of us in the community have seen an uptick in violence, and then we convened 7 breakout groups, and we asked them to identify needs in the community and specific ways to address those needs in the community. So can I go to the next slide, please? So I want to begin by sharing the analysis that we shared with the community. So in 2016, a group of young people led a survey, and they surveilled the proximity of gang members to post-traumatic stress syndrome. In their survey, they found that roughly 97% of gang members met the criteria for PTSD. When there was an uptick in violence during this recent pandemic, this same group was reconvened, and they partnered with Advanced Peace using the list that Fresno PD had given us about persons of interest who were involved in shootings. So they took their research models, they worked with Advanced Peace, and they engaged these individuals and individuals who were close to these individuals to give us to develop an analysis of what's happening on the ground. What we've learned is that the violent uptick that's happened in Fresno during the COVID pandemic has happened in 3 iterations, or what we would say 3 layers. The first layer happened when everything destabilized, things shut down, and you had this void where boredom and stress began to increase, and active confrontations, or what we call familiar violence, where people were pursuing rivals, went on an uptick. Secondly, you had, also related to COVID, a massive amount of resources came into the community, and they were used in a way that increased firearms and substance abuse. And so now there's paranoia, there's fear, there's anxiety, and we get what's called unfamiliar violence, where small skirmishes or interactions turn into like gunfire and firearm-related incidences. And thirdly, go ahead.
Could you elaborate on? You said money for COVID came in, and that led to
yeah, so COVID-related expenses. So things such as EDD, stimulus, and so on and so forth. So there's money that came to the community, and firearms were purchased by the community.
I'm not sure I understand. We had COVID money and went out to different areas, but you're saying somehow it led to people getting firearms. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's resources came to the community that related to COVID. I can't specify which ones, but resources came in, and we saw a surge in firearms. It's just the analysis. Right? And then thirdly, what we saw was an implosion. So COVID's been happening for 6 to 7 months. You see increase in stress, and you see internal violence, like where family members, friends, they begin to, their instances begin to escalate into gun violence as well. So these things create the layers of why we see this 90% uptick in violence. So our breakout groups were given this analysis, they left, and they came back and they reported on 3 different themes. One theme that they identified was the need for supportive services to address the problem in the immediate and for a long future. The secondly was mentoring, and the third was safe havens. So I have 3 young people here today who are going to speak deeper about the importance of supportive services, mentoring, and safe havens, and I would now like to give the floor to them so they can kind of come and elaborate. Next slide. Give me a thing.
And as speakers, if you can identify yourselves for the benefit of the council and the public, that would be great. And for you, miss, if you can identify the little one too, that would be great.
Okay.
You can pull the mic down too.
Hello, my
my name is Paloma Sanchez. I'm 20 years old, and this is Ivy Davila. She's gonna be 1 year old soon. So I wrote a little something to keep me, in the time frame that I have. So what I wrote was, my name is Paloma Sanchez. I'm 20 years old. I'm an undocumented mother to a beautiful baby girl. This summer, I've navigated through child services, navigated through law enforcement and courts. I have overcame that with the help from my supportive services. Without them, I probably would not be standing here with my daughter in my care. Instead, I'd probably be sitting in a cell. I've been battling with criminal legal systems to keep my little family together, even though as a woman of color, I am being criminalized instead of being cared for by my community. I am not here asking to be rescued. I am here asking to be resourced and supported with trauma-informed jobs. With no-cost transportation, I feel like we also need trauma-informed counselors on our campuses instead of SROs. I feel as if we also need childcare because as an undocumented mother with no income, childcare cost is too high. I need a place that I can trust to care for my child the way that I would. As an undocumented parent, I have no job opportunities and I am unable to care for my child with the jobs that are available for me. The jobs that are available for me are exploitative jobs with unequal wages than a person with documentation would have. I feel if you want young people to engage in positive activities, we must first create them. Invest in our youth, invest in our youth jobs, including jobs for undocumented youth, create funds for our supportive services, and fund Fresno's future. We are the future of Fresno, and this is your chance to make a change and show up for us.
Thank you.
That's what I wrote. Thank you.
Thank you again to our staff for making sure everybody stays safe with the sanitation. Sir, you have the floor. You want to identify yourself?
Yes. Hello, my name is Cameron Evans, and I'm speaking on behalf of Stop the Violence, Fresno Southwest. And what I don't like is I'm seeing an uprise in violence, as are we all, because as we know, the mental capacity of the human brain is 30 seconds, and that's human interaction. So now we're doing this basically virtual, right? We're basically now living in a virtual world, which depletes our attention span. So as we deplete, so does our mind, and so does our I'm losing my words right now. So does our, the way we think, and it's depleting. So now what do is we turn to television to see what we should do and all that. So now we're looking at this basically fake, this artificial intelligence. See, I'm losing my words. We're looking at the world in this fake imagery that is being portrayed, and we're living up to those standards. So now I'm going to speak for the blacks and the Latinos now, because what we're taught is, we're taught that we can do whatever we want to, but to an extent, which is what we basically are being taught in schools, but they word it a different way. So it's basically mind manipulation. So basically, I'm touching into psychology, which we have school psychologists who use psychology, which is manipulation of the brain, which some may call sciences of the brain, which it really isn't, because when you try to get somebody's point of view without living or being or experiencing what they've gone through, then you'll never know what they've been through or how they live or how they maneuver in everyday life. You know, we can't have a school on Southwest Fresno but have a psychologist from Clovis or from Visalia, because what that does is they're going to give us that learning and teaching that they know for kids around their area, or for kids that they're thinking about statistically, which isn't every child in the world. So what they're doing is they're messing with our minds. So basically it's like this. I'm going to give you what I know, which has nothing to do with what you can achieve or what you have the standards to do, you know? So to deplete violence, let's show them that there is a different way than what you see or what you're experiencing. Give them opportunities to travel, go to HBCUs or visit black businesses that have been through what they've been through, you know, because it's people that are entrepreneurs that have came from gang violence, who've came from broken homes and all that. And yes, I'm sure that they can teach that child that just because you've been through something, that doesn't determine who you are. You determine who you are by living and doing what you believe you can do. Because everything you do is all about the mind. See, the mind is the greatest thing in the world. Because when you put a limitation on your mind, after that, you can't go anywhere beyond that. So what we're taught to do in these movies and TV shows we portray Latinos as gang members, prostitutes, and all this negative stuff. But when you put a positive person in front of them, what you've just done to their mind, expanded it in a way you can't even imagine. See, now that's the mysteries of the mind. Now I know I'm talking too much about the mind and all that, you know.
No, you're doing fine.
Thank you.
We're with you.
Now, what I want to say is this. Give us those resources so that we know that we're more than what we see, than just what we are around. Because yeah, you can ask anybody you want, like, I can ask anybody in this room, what do they think my expectations are? But until I'm giving that way out, or I'm giving that push, I won't be able to do it. Like somebody wrote on my board, we should have more jobs. I mean, we should, but who's gonna give us those jobs? Who's gonna make us want to get those jobs? Because everything you want to do, it's all about what you want to do. I can give anybody in here the resources they want, but who's gonna make them go get them? Who's gonna make them go and actually try to advance their life, advance their living situation? Because I can give you all the resources in the world, but who's going to make you go and achieve that? Nobody will, unless we teach that in our schools. Because some teachers, they say they're just there to get their paycheck, and they've told the kids this. Now, why would you tell a child that? Because what you've just done to their mind is you just made them, I guess I can't be anything, because what you're saying is what you teach is it doesn't matter because you're just here to get a paycheck. So now I'm going to do worse in school. I'm going to ditch classes, which will potentially lead to it will lead to me being kicked out. Now, I'm a statistic now. I've fallen into that Black and Latino statistic category, which is that we won't graduate high school. We're going to be stuck with a 9 to 5, probably even worse than that. Most of us don't even have a high school diploma. My mom, who's right there, she had to go back to school at the age of 30 because of her living situations. Now, to improve this, give us more routes. Give us routes that we can see, that we can achieve, that we don't have to be a statistic or be what our living surrounding environment portrays us as. Because yes, I've been to places where they've thought I've been a gang member, or they've thought I've been in gang activities, but that's not who I am. I study to be a psychologist, an alchemist, a numerologist, and I study etymology. But because of my statistic and because of what I live up to, what I used to live up to anyways, I've become a statistic. I don't got too much more to say. Coop, you want to
Thank you. It was well said.
I got to tell you, you don't strike me as a statistic. You're what we call an outlier. That was very impressive. Well done.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Okay. I got something in my notepad. Okay, so basically, hi, my name is Josiah Cooper. I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Fresno, California. Growing up in Fresno, I seen violence firsthand in any way possible, beatings, killings, a lot of shootings. So basically, when I was younger growing up, and I found myself like wanting to do something, wanting to commit a crime or do something I'm not supposed to, I found that picking up a basketball and going to the gym was like my savior. It helped me. Going to the gym, it kept me from doing stuff that I wasn't supposed to do. So basically on October 28th, we had me and my colleagues, we did drawing boards on ways that we think could reduce violence. Someone in my group wrote that we should build more recreational parks for the youth. And I found that interesting because also when I was a youth and younger, and I didn't want to run the streets, I went to the park or to the gym or whatever the case was, but that was like a safe haven for me. See, the youth now, some of them may think that going to their hood or going to this particular street is a safe haven because that's what they grew accustomed to. But with better mentoring and more resources to our safe havens, we can get them out of that mindset and get them onto like something better. My fault. Okay, so places such as the Boys and Girls Club, the Ivy Center, stuff like that, I think we should add more resources like those, but with more programs inside of them, like job training, mentoring, whatever the case was, even like sports training, whatever the case may be, just something to get the youth out the streets and get them out of trouble, and I think that'll be like a good start to reducing the violence with the youth. The parks are already built. I just feel like we need to safely reopen them and add the right resources into those environments, and I feel like we'll have a better picture. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one additional speaker. Any more? All right, so we'll return to Marcel to close up this conversation. and then we'll come back to the council for any questions that we may have. And council, just as a reminder, this is a workshop. It's Q&A for us and essentially a study session to get better understanding. There is no action to consider today's agenda, but we are looking for some comments from the council and some direction from the council. Marcel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, right there. So I wanted you guys to hear from the youth directly. You can hear their hearts, hear their experiences. But also what came out of those breakout groups in that meeting were actual concrete recommendations. And so before we close, I want to list off those concrete recommendations that the youth already touched on. Safe space, buildings for trainings, mentoring, trauma-informed care, and recreation, not just hangout spots. They wanted youth jobs and summer jobs, hire youth to do cleanups and oversee parks and programs in general. They wanted trips to universities and educational exposure, such as what Cameron talked about. They wanted stipends for training to become mentors. Like they spoke about the importance of mentors who know how to relate to them and interact with them. That how do we develop those individuals? Go to the next slide, please. Bringing rivals together. So we spoke earlier about how rivals were actively looking for each other to create safe havens and mediating spaces where rivals can kind of come together and have healing spaces and safe dialogue. Counselors or community safety monitors for personal trauma after violence or loss in schools instead of school resource officers. They wanted child care support, as Paloma mentioned, sports programs, arts programs, and music programs. Also, they wanted public transportation, including free facts for students and youth, because food, transportation, and security is a big factor when it comes to community safety. So that will conclude our presentation and what the young people brought today.
Thank you, Marcel. I'm going to go to the council for any questions. I'll start off with the members who are joining us virtually. Any comments from the council or questions from Member Chavez, Esparza, or Soria?
No, I don't have any questions.
I don't have questions. I just wanted to make a couple.
Councilmember Esparza?
I think Councilmember Soria, were you in the middle of saying something? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Now we
There
can.
you go.
Okay, perfect. I just said that I wanted to make a couple comments and want to thank the folks the young people that have been active in participating in this and that helped organize this Violence Summit. Obviously, this is, we are experiencing a crisis in our community, and I think that it is critical that we look towards solutions and investments into our young people. That's been something that for me has been extremely important. If you guys know, from year one, I think investing in parks was always something that I fought for, but it's been a fight, unfortunately. And I think that we are reminded today that this council has a duty and responsibility to listen to what these young people are saying. I don't think that their requests are unreasonable. I think that, they're actually, I think that we could cover them as part of some of the budget investments that we already committed to. I think we need to build upon the support that has been there for a youth commission. I would like to see some of these young men participate in the youth commission. I'd also like to really see, and I know that the incoming administration has committed to me in private, and then I know that he's spoken to many folks in public about investments in youth. Over the last few years, we have been working towards increasing additional dollars for youth jobs. We started with $25,000, which was not even a drop in the bucket. We have grown that to $100,000 in this budget cycle, leverage with $200,000 with the Workforce Investments Board contribution, and also PG&E, who made a significant contribution to this youth jobs program. However, the infrastructure hasn't been built, and I'm hoping that, I know folks are listening in, those folks that are going to be now in charge of this jobs program that I think predominantly has been taken advantage by the city council, where we've hired interns and young people to come and learn about local government. But I think that it is an opportunity where we can expand. And I believe that the investments that we make are going to result in greater value to our community. So I'm supportive of adding additional resources. We're going to be having, and I want to remind the young people also to continue to be involved and participate in the upcoming discussions. So the city of Fresno received significant amounts of additional CDBG dollars because we are a poor city. And a lot of the issues that you guys are talking about are impacts due to the poverty that we have. And so I see this as an opportunity to invest some of those CDBG dollars back into programming that will impact the issues and help us mitigate that violence that is plaguing our community. So I'm committed to supporting the youth's efforts. I am so proud that you guys have elevated your voice, and we want you to be at the table. And I think that this is a good first step, but I think that there's a lot of work to be done, not just in this remainder of the fiscal year, but in the years to come as we think about how we're gonna really invest in our parks system in a way that really is gonna be transformational. So with that, I just wanted to make those comments and thank the young people, the young men for stepping up, the young woman for being brave in her coming out as an undocumented young person and a young mom. And I think that we need to support these young people because they are the future of our city.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council Vice President Caprillo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Joining the comments that have been made, and the summit was very, very informative. And as we discussed or talked about, there was a very shy, reluctant group at the beginning. And then once we were convincing enough to let them know that we're there to listen, not to lecture, not to campaign or whatever, they opened up. And you see all the comments, and there was common thread to a lot of the dialogues, separate groups, and it was really informative to me, enlightening, and I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with some programming and some dollars and continue our efforts to engage the youth and to improve everyone's conditions in the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Councilmember on the dais, anybody wish to ask questions?
Council President, I don't have any questions in particular, but did just also want to make a comment and again thank the youth who have stepped up, not only today but at the actual summit as well. You know, it's I think for a long time we've been bringing this conversation about the issues we have in the city are a function of something much deeper, and so the further we push this conversation to the front and recognize sort of the appropriate diagnosis, you know, the better equipped we are to take action and invest in the right areas in our budget. Again, the last two budgets we've done this fiscal year and last fiscal year are different from what we've seen in the past. But as I said last week when we passed it, you know, things will potentially get tighter for us, and we're going to really have to buckle down and prioritize that investment in the future instead of just trying to cover up our wounds and these symptoms with Band-Aids. So again, I want to thank the young people, youth in our community for continuing to elevate this conversation. We're going in the right direction.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Briefly, I just want to thank everyone who attended the summit and for opening up. A lot of the kids aren't here that were there, but it really meant a lot to be able to listen. One thing I've learned, and Aaron actually taught me this, is the mistake is oftentimes people, they mean well, but they tell you what they want to do for you. And instead, we should be listening to what you want. And I think Cameron did a great job of explaining about the need for more opportunities and what that actually means. And I think you're going to tell us what those opportunities, well, you've told us, but you're going to continue to tell us what those opportunities are. And like the example you gave of the teacher, and that's a sensitive issue for me because my fiance is a teacher, and she's seen the example you're talking about. A teacher can make or break someone, and she loves helping her students. I remember being a kid in Fresno Unified and what that was like. And I hope as a council, as your elected representatives, we will say things that are encouraging and show you that there is a path so you can just keep going as high as you want to go and that you don't have a limit. And I think, like Councilmember Esparza said, we've just started that and we're on the right path. Thank you again for, it's not easy. I used to get nervous standing up there and talking to this council, but I'm very grateful that you guys did that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council, and I want to thank you all for attending the summit, those who attended the summit. I also want to be very thoughtful. I tend to be more of the pragmatic person. We've been doing a lot of listening lately, and we are always judged not by our commitments, but by our actions. And in this space, every day we hear requests from developers, and we listen to what they want, and then we act on what they're requesting. So what I want to let my colleagues know is that our role is going to now shift from listening to the youth and the residents of our city to the action portion of this work. And I want to point out some things that are viable and doable quickly. We're about to reopen our community centers. You know, our COVID committee just had the first conversation about how we reopen community centers, given that the pandemic is still spreading at a high rate, and we want to make sure everybody's safe. But some of the initial conversations by staff were around reopening for after-school programs for little kids. And what they've seen is moms and dads are not willing to send their little kid back to a community center just yet. So we've asked them to reconsider, reevaluate on whether their programming should be for the teenage kids that we have in this city. Kids that we can, not have to supervise every 2 seconds to make sure that they're keeping their distance, not have to make sure, supervise them as you would a kinder kid to make sure that they're washing their hands. That's going to require some partnerships with the community organizations, but that's going to be one of the very quick, low-hanging fruits, is as we reopen our parks and reopen our community centers, we want the exact programming that's needed now versus what was needed before the pandemic. We need to know clearly from you all on what kind of programmings those centers should be having now. Safe spaces, I hear you guys where you don't want to simply to say the community center is open and it's up to you guys to come in and figure out what to do. You want actual programming, actual activities, actual resources to open our community centers with a purpose and a purpose of serving. So that's going to be also low-hanging fruit for us to take. Jobs, one of the most difficult moments was hearing kids tell us, since you're not fixing our parks, since you're not keeping our parks clean, since our parks are not open, at least hire us to clean the parks, at the very least. At least hire us to clean up after the homeless who have taken over a lot of our neighborhood parks. I'm not there yet as a council member to give up on having clean, active, and safe parks, but I do believe that there's a role to hire young people to be part of the solution in those parks. So for those organizations who are here today or listening to us, this is a call of action to submit a proposal to this city to hire our young people to help clean, manage, and operate our parks. We're here to consider the proposals, bring them forward. We can't do everything. Our parks employees cannot do some of this work, so we're willing to start asking the community to come forward with those ideas. Stipends for trainings, mentoring, counseling, childcare, sports programs, all important things too. And one of the conversations for us is going to have to be what our educational partners doing as well. How many school districts are touching their at-risk kids? How many school districts are going beyond, marking you absent on Zoom and knocking on your door to make sure you're okay, on making sure that you have an after-school program? The school districts, rightfully so, prioritize English learners, special ed, homeless kids as the first ones to come back in class, but they also forgot that there's thousands of kids every year that have difficult home lives that should also be prioritized. So we're going to be having those conversations with our education partners as they get ready to reopen and bring kids back. At-risk kids should be the first ones on that list to come back and get a physical touch and a physical check-in with our adults. So in terms of next steps, what I see, things that are viable immediately is as we reopen up after-school programs in our community centers, that they be targeted to the teenagers who are the ones at risk versus the elementary kids whose parents are just not there yet to send them back to congregate settings. As we look at ways to use the money that we've set aside for parks, that we look at setting up job programs for our kids. Not every job at a park needs to be done by a city employee. Some could be done by our young people. And as we move to reopen community centers, to reopen them with actual programming versus just opening up a space and expecting people to come in and entertain themselves. And lastly, I would point out that we made some very difficult decisions in this building to close down parks to manage the spread. We went so far as to taking off tennis courts and basketball backboards and nets to keep people safe. And we've managed to buy enough time for our medical and healthcare industries to build up the capacity to make sure that the hospital beds were available, to make sure that we had testing and contact tracing. Now we're in a better place than we were in April and July, and we're now able to reopen some of these facilities, but we need to make sure that they're done safely. So for those of you out there today, if you want to propose opening up a park, hosting a basketball tournament, a soccer tournament, committing to doing your part to keep those folks safe, making sure that you're checking temperatures, people are wearing their mask when they need to be, then we're open to that, and we're open to looking at different approaches. And I know our Parks Director has been playing a dual role with, leading our COVID response, and TJ, and overseeing our parks. So we need to spend the next few weeks trying to figure out how much we can do given our capacity. But I'm hopeful that the administration and our Parks Director will be open to considering some proposals from the community to start reopening up our community centers and our parks in a way that's safe and that is manageable.
Council President?
Give me 1 second. Let me go to Assistant City Manager.
I would say the administration and our Parks Director would be excited to do that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Soria?
Just wanted to add, because you and I had this conversation just a couple days ago. One of the comments I think was made about some of the recreational opportunities, and what we've learned and what I've learned over the last kind of few years is that there's a lot of travel teams and there's a lot of these, but you have to pay, and it leaves a lot of our families that are low income, that don't have the extra means to help their kids, even though they may want to play a sport or they may be pretty talented, the opportunities to play in sports outside of the school. And so I think that you and I talked about leagues. I know in other cities they run leagues. And so I don't know if, how far we've moved away from doing that, and if there's an ability to be more organized in providing those types of recreational opportunities for our young people.
You're absolutely right, Councilman. What I'm going to ask from next steps from the council is that the council will set up a council subcommittee to start working on the next steps on these areas that you guys have identified. And hopefully we can get some movement as quick as, for the next council meeting on the 19th, we can have something ready to consider for some of these low-hanging fruits. So in short, the time for listening has now ended. It's now time for us to take action. And my target date for action would be November 19th. So I again ask the nonprofits and community partners, all of you in the audience, this is time for us to take those ideas, to put on actual paper, put budgets together in the form of a proposal for us to consider adoption and approval and begin the work as early as November 19th. So thank you all for coming, and we'll see you on the 19th, hopefully with something that gets us to a point of action. Thank you. That concludes our workshop and our council meeting for the day, except for closed session. Council, we will start closed session in approximately 15 minutes at 4 o'clock. We will see you in the closed session room.
Thank you.
Virtual. Yes.
The virtual closed session. City Attorney, you have the mic on the items to discuss.
Yes, 2 items. First of all, evaluation and negotiation concerning the city clerk. And also litigation, Perez versus City of Fresno, I would not expect an announcement afterwards.